It was raining, the kind of rain that makes everything slick and shiny, like the world is a reflection of itself. Highway 37 stretched out in front of me, black asphalt disappearing into the night. My cruiser's headlights barely cut through the sheets of water, and the wipers struggled to keep up. I'd been driving this stretch for years, and I thought I knew it like the back of my hand. But tonight, it felt off. The call had come in about 30 minutes ago. A man, they said, standing on the side of the highway, soaked, flagging down cars. No details on who he was, what he wanted, just standing there. I didn't think much of it at first. People get stranded, people get drunk, people get lost. But something in the dispatcher's voice didn't sit right with me. There was this hesitation, like she didn't want to go, but I'd already punched in my location and slid into the driver's seat. The rain slapped the windshield in a constant rhythm. My own thoughts sounded loud inside the cab, bouncing off the metal walls of the cruiser. I told myself I was being paranoid. It's just a man on the road, I thought. Probably a drunk or a hitchhiker. But as I drove closer, something inside me tightened, like a cold fist curling around my chest. I first saw him just past the curve near Miller's Creek. He was standing under a streetlight that flickered every few seconds, wearing a coat that hung too loosely, soaked through. His hair was plastered to his forehead, and he didn't move except to lift one arm in a weak wave as my headlights hit him. There was a strange stillness to him, not the normal kind you see in someone waiting for help. This was something else. He seemed frozen in place, as if time itself had forgotten him. I slowed, pulling the cruiser to a stop a few feet past him, letting the rain pound against the roof. My boots hit the pavement, sending up tiny splashes. I called out, "Sir, you need help." The words sounded ridiculous, muffled by the rain and the roar of the road behind me. The man didn't answer, didn't even turn his head. He just stared, face blank, eyes wide, reflecting the light in a way that felt wrong. Like he wasn't really there, like he was a shadow trying to mimic a person. I took another step toward him. My flashlight cut through the downpour, illuminating his coat, his hands dangling at his sides. The rain rolled off him, but his hair, it stayed dry in patches, like water couldn't touch him in certain places. My stomach twisted. That's when I noticed the road around him. The asphalt was dark, yes, but the lines, the white lines marking the lanes, they didn't continue past him. They ended abruptly, jagged, like someone had tried to cut the road out of existence. I froze, my heartbeat thundering. It wasn't logical, I told myself. Roads don't just end. But the wet black pavement stopped a few feet in front of him, and then there was only shadow. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation. Reflection? Rain distortion? A trick of the light? My training as a sheriff's deputy kicked in. I tried to tell myself it was nothing more than my eyes playing games. "Hey!" I called again, louder. "Do you need a ride?" Or I stopped myself. My words caught in my throat. He didn't answer. He just lifted one hand slowly, almost ceremoniously, and pointed down the road behind him toward the darkness I couldn't see past. My fingers went icy. There was nothing there, just black road, rain, and trees bending in the wind. And yet I felt watched, not just by him, but by something in the darkness beyond him, something patient, waiting. I reached for my radio. "Dispatch, I have a man on Highway 37, requesting static, not the usual crackle, but a hiss, sharp and high-pitched, the kind that makes your teeth ache if you listen too long." I frowned, pressing the button again. Nothing, not even a click. I tried calling my backup, even dialing my own phone. Dead, completely dead, just like the road ahead of me. A sudden gust of wind made the trees tremble, and for a brief second, I thought I saw movement in the shadows behind him. Another figure? No, too tall, too thin. It slithered more than walked. My chest tightened, and I forced myself to step closer. Each footfall felt heavy, unreal, like I was walking through molasses. My flashlight illuminated the man's face again. His eyes were hollow, empty, black holes staring at me. My throat went dry. "Sir, are you okay?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I hated how scared I sounded. And then he smiled. Not a normal smile. His lips stretched too wide, teeth too white against the darkness of his mouth. He didn't speak, but the movement made my skin crawl. I couldn't breathe right. The rain felt warmer suddenly, almost sticky, like blood was dripping from clouds. I stumbled back toward my cruiser. My flashlight bounced across the asphalt and trees. I didn't see the road end anymore. I didn't see the shadows move, but I felt them closing in, patient, waiting. My hand shook as I tried to pull the door open. It wouldn't budge. Something heavy pressed against it from the outside. My heart slammed in my chest. I could hear my own breathing, rapid and shallow. The man on the road, he didn't move. He didn't need to. Then the rain stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the storm. My headlights flickered, and I heard it, a whisper, barely audible over the static in my ears. My name, spoken by the man, or maybe by the shadows behind him. I couldn't tell. "You shouldn't be here," it said. Cold, final, like the end of a sentence I didn't want to hear. I slammed the door with every ounce of strength I had. It opened. I jumped in and locked it. The man was gone. Just gone. The road stretched on normal, mundane, white lines continuing past the horizon. My radio crackled back to life. Dispatch's voice sounded normal, friendly, unaware of the terror that had just happened. I called in a false report about a stranded driver, careful not to mention what I'd seen. Who would believe me? I drove home slowly, keeping my eyes on the rearview mirror, half expecting him to appear there, half expecting the road itself to twist and disappear. My hands trembled, gripping the wheel, my knuckles white. Every curve, every shadow made me flinch. I kept telling myself it was stress, exhaustion, paranoia. I've been on the night shift long enough to know how the darkness plays tricks on you. When I finally reached my driveway, I thought maybe it was over. The porch light flickered as I got out of the cruiser. I locked the doors behind me and leaned against my car. My chest ached, my legs shook. I want to call someone, anyone, just to hear another human voice. But my phone was dead. Nothing worked tonight. And in the stillness, I heard it, a soft, deliberate tap on the asphalt behind me. I didn't turn. I didn't move. But I knew it was him. Or them. The man. The shadow. Whatever waits on Highway 37 for drivers like me. I didn't see his smile again, but I felt it. In the pit of my stomach. On the back of my neck. Cold. Empty, endless. And when I finally dared to glance up, there was a figure at the end of my driveway. Standing. Watching. Waiting. I don't remember how I got inside. I don't remember locking the doors. All I remember is the sound of rain, soft, insistent, never-ending, drumming against the windows, as if nothing else in the world existed except me and a highway, and whatever waits for people who drive too late, too far, and too alone. I haven't gone back. I haven't called anyone about it. People would laugh. People would say it's stress, imagination, exhaustion. Maybe they're right. Maybe I am losing my mind. But some nights, when I can't sleep, I imagine a man standing there on the edge of the road, smiling that impossible smile, pointing down the highway, silently saying, "Come closer." And I know I never will. The first night alone in the hospital was worse than I expected. I knew the place was abandoned. I knew the walls were crumbling. But that doesn't prepare you for the sound of silence that's too thick to cut through. My footsteps echoed down the hallways, uneven, hollow, and somehow wrong, like the building didn't want me there. Every door I passed was locked, every window caked with grime, but I kept moving. I had a shift to finish, a job to do, and I told myself that would keep me sane. The deeper I walked, the more the hospital felt alive. It wasn't alive in the usual way. There were no breathing sounds, no movement beyond rats scuttling in the shadows. But the air shifted as I passed. Cold spots hung in corners. Lights that should have flickered stayed dim and steady. And the shadows seemed to linger longer than they should. It started as whispers. Faint, almost indistinguishable. I froze the first time I heard it. A voice, maybe a word, maybe a fragment, slid through the silence. I strained my ears, but when I looked around, nothing moved. Nothing breathed. The hallway stretched ahead. Identical doors to my left and right. Peeling paint, rusted handles, cracked tile floors. I told myself it was the wind, a trick of my imagination, but the sound came again. A syllable, soft, urgent, almost calling my name. I moved forward, hand brushing the wall for comfort. The whispers grew, layering on top of each other, not in language I could understand, but in tone. There was fear in them, and something else, pleading like the walls themselves were speaking. I tried to keep my voice steady. "Hello," I called. "Anyone here?" My words felt swallowed by the building. No answer, just the whispers sliding and twisting around me. I reached the nurse's station on the second floor. Everything was coated in dust, but the computer screens, old, broken, cracked, flickered once, then went dark. On the counter, a stack of files shifted slightly, like someone had just touched them. My heart slammed. There was no one here. There couldn't be. And yet, the files had moved. I backed away, letting my eyes dart around, trying to convince myself it was gravity, the floor settling anything rational. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The whispers followed me as I moved down the hall. I heard them behind the locked ward doors, inside patient rooms that hadn't been opened in years. Sometimes a single word, sometimes a laugh that sounded like it belonged to a child, sharp and empty. The echoes played tricks on me. I'd hear a footstep, pause, turn around, and nothing. My reflection in the cracked glass panels would twist just slightly before I could look straight at it, just enough to make my stomach twist. I stopped outside room 214. The door was locked, but I swore I could hear breathing from inside. Slow, deliberate, heavy. I crouched, pressing my ear against the wood. Nothing. Just the whisper of the wind through broken windows. And yet something moved inside. A shadow brushing past the corner of my vision. I straightened, spinning around, but the hallway was empty. The air felt thicker, the shadows pressing closer. I could feel my pulse in my throat, in my hands, in my stomach. I walked on, but the hospital seemed to have changed behind me. Doors that had been closed were now slightly ajar. Hallways I had just passed stretched farther than they should, twisting like a maze. The whispers didn't stop. They grew louder when I slowed, and when I tried to ignore them, they hissed directly into my ears, quick, sharp, unintelligible, but urgent. It felt like they were following me, moving faster than I could, threading through the walls. At the end of one hall, I found a wheelchair facing the wall. It had been there before. I'd passed it half an hour ago. Now it was turned toward me, slowly, creaking as if pushed by unseen hands. My chest tightened, and I took a step back. The whispers rose, layered voices now, repeating a syllable I couldn't understand, a word I felt I should know but didn't. My hand shook, flashlight bouncing, shadows flaring across the ceiling and walls. I forced myself to move. I had to keep walking. The hospital had no night shift but mine, no heartbeat but mine, and yet it felt like it was aware, watching, waiting. Every step I took echoed too long, overlapping with the whispers. My mind raced. Were these echoes of patients, echoes of nurses, echoes of the building itself? I didn't know. I didn't want to know. I just wanted to make it to the exit. Then I saw it. A cart, old metal, rattling down the hall toward me. There was no one there, just the wheels scraping against the tile. I stopped, my breath fogging in the cold air. The cart came to a slow halt, right in front of me. Then it moved aside, slowly, almost as if it wanted me to pass. My stomach twisted. I wanted to run, but my feet refused. I wanted to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. I turned another corner, and the whispers intensified. They were all around me now, coming from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. They spoke too fast, layered over each other. I couldn't make sense of them. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it didn't help. They were inside me now, pressing against my skull, gnawing at my thoughts. My head spun. I stumbled, catching myself on a railing, and then I saw it, flickers in the dark. Something moving between the shadows of the hallway. Not quite human, not quite solid, but always just at the edge of my vision. I ran. My boots slapped against the tile, echoing off walls that seemed to stretch farther than they should. The whispers followed, racing with me, whisper my name, laughing, pleading, warning. Doors slammed somewhere behind me. I heard the clatter of metal carts, the rattle of beds moving, though I didn't see a single hand to push them. My flashlight flickered. Shadows danced and stretched across walls, across the ceiling, twisting into shapes that made my stomach turn. I finally reached the main stairwell. The steps groaned under my weight. The air grew colder as I descended, and the whispers became faint, almost subdued. But they were still there, trailing me, lingering like smoke. At the bottom, the exit doors loomed, metal frames rusty, glass dirty, but solid. I reached the handle, hoping, praying it would open. It didn't. The door wouldn't budge. I pushed harder, slamming my shoulder against it. The whispers rose again, now urgent, insistent, almost angry. I turned back. The hallway stretched behind me impossibly long. The shadows thicker, darker, moving like they had a mind of their own. The cart was there again, wheels scraping silently, slowly coming toward me. In the faint glow of my flashlight, I saw it. Objects, papers, folders, even a chair, all moving slightly, subtly, as if pushed by invisible hands. I stumbled back, nearly tripping, heart hammering. My ears rang. My mind screamed at me to get out, to escape, to leave this place and never return. I grabbed a fire extinguisher off the wall, swinging it blindly at the shadows, at the cart, at anything that moved. It hit nothing. It clanged against the floor, loud and hollow, and the whispers recoiled, quiet for a brief second, then resumed, louder, sharper, layered with laughter that didn't belong to anyone living. I ran down a side corridor, breathing hard, chest tight, stomach twisting. The walls seemed to breathe with me, expanding, contracting, alive. The whispers were now inside me, twisting my thoughts, making me doubt every step, every sound, every shadow. I passed a mirror, shattered, the kind where reflections distort, and for a second I saw more than my own reflection, a figure, fleeting, just beyond the shards, staring back with hollow eyes. I spun around. Nothing, but the feeling stayed, clinging, crawling under my skin. I finally found the maintenance exit. The door was small, metal, and slightly ajar. I shoved it open, rain and night air rushing in, and I bolted outside, gasping, lungs burning. The hospital loomed behind me, dark and silent, but I could feel it watching, listening. The whispers didn't follow me, but they lingered in my mind, echoing, twisting, threading into my thoughts. I collapsed in the mud, soaked to the bone, shivering but alive. The rain pounded against my back, but it felt cleansing, almost. My hands were trembling, my knees weak. I forced myself to stand. I had to finish the shift. I had to come back. I had to face it again. Because the hospital, it wouldn't let me go. Not really. And I knew, deep down, that the whispers weren't just in the dark. They were inside me now, waiting, patient. And the hospital, it was hungry. I never thought a hospital could feel so empty and alive at the same time. After that first night of whispers, I knew I wasn't just imagining things, but nothing could prepare me for what I saw next. The second floor, past the nurse's station, was quieter than before. The air was still, but heavy, like it was holding its breath. Every step I took echoed through the hallways, bouncing off the cracked tile and peeling walls. And then I saw it. At first, it was just a shape, dark, tall, leaning against the far wall of the ward. My flashlight caught the glint of its outline. I stopped, heart hammering. It didn't move like a normal person. It was rigid, awkward, almost floating, and for a moment, I convinced myself it was just another shadow, cast by the broken lights overhead. I stepped closer. Hello. My voice was louder than I meant, echoing down the hall. The shape didn't answer. It didn't move at all, but I could smell it. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Rot. Decay. It was thick and sharp, like something had been decomposing for weeks in a corner I hadn't noticed. My stomach twisted. I wanted to turn and run, but my legs were frozen. Something about that shape, human almost, but wrong. held me in place. I took another step. The smell grew stronger, colder. A chill ran down my spine and wrapped around me, tight and heavy. My breath came in short bursts. I tried to look away, tried to convince myself I was seeing things, but every instinct screamed at me that this was imaginary. The shape shifted slightly, like it was aware I was staring. I felt it watching me, studying me, even though it didn't have a face I could recognize. I edged closer. My flashlight beam shook in my hand, but the shape stayed just out of reach of the light, blending into the shadows on the wall. I called out again. No answer, not even a whisper. And then I saw it move, or rather, dissolve. One moment it leaned against the wall, solid, tangible. The next it was gone, as if swallowed by the darkness itself. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and the hall was empty. I wanted to tell myself it was a trick of the light, fatigue, stress. I wanted to tell myself anything to make it stop feeling real. But the smell lingered. It clung to the air like a living thing, curling around me, curling into my lungs, icy and foul. My skin crawled. I couldn't understand how something that wasn't really there could smell so alive. And yet it was, or it had been. I moved forward cautiously, flashlight sweeping the corridor. The ward was empty, beds stripped of sheets, monitors dead, chairs overturned as if someone had been here before me. And yet, I knew I hadn't imagined the shape. I could feel its presence in the cold air, just at the edge of perception. It was waiting, watching, patient. I passed the first row of beds. My footsteps echoed, loud and harsh against the silence. Then I froze. One of the beds had moved, not fully, but enough to make the metal frame scrape against the floor. I swear I didn't touch it. My hand shook. I stepped closer. No one there. Nothing there. But the bed had moved, and the chill intensified. It wrapped around my chest, made my lungs tighten, made every muscle in my body scream to run. I forced myself to continue. My flashlight caught something, movement at the end of the ward. Another shadow, taller, darker, leaning over a bed. I stopped. The bed was empty, save for a cracked mattress. And yet, the shape didn't disappear this time. It shifted when I approached, sliding backward just enough to remain just out of reach. I could feel in my bones. The shape wasn't just there. It was aware of me, responding to me. The smell came again, stronger, colder. I gagged, turning my head, tried to escape it, but the odor followed me. The shape remained in the corner, always at the edge of my vision, always just out of reach. I realized something then. If I tried to focus on it, to confront it, it would vanish. If I ignored it, it would follow. It was patient, and I was not. I remembered something from training, something no one ever tells you about working alone in abandoned places. Fear makes you notice details you shouldn't. The shape, it wasn't just standing there. Its shadow stretched across the walls in impossible ways, bending corners, reaching through the floorboards. My flashlight tried to illuminate it, but it refused. It existed only when I wasn't looking directly, like it was alive in the dark, but afraid of light. I swallowed hard, forcing my legs to move. I passed another row of beds. The whispers from the first night returned, faint, almost childlike, curling around me, layering with the smell, with the chill, with the presence of shadow. My thoughts raced. Was it a patient? A spirit? Something else? Nothing in my experience prepared me for something that could vanish, yet leave a physical reminder of its existence. And then I heard it, movement behind me. Not footsteps, not dragging. Just a shuffling, soft, deliberate, following my path. I spun. Nothing. My flashlight beam trembled as I swung it across the ward. Empty, but I knew it had moved. I knew it had followed. I could feel it, closer this time, almost at the edge of my shoulder, the icy chill biting deeper, crawling up my spine. I turned back to the corner where I first saw it. The shape was gone. I exhaled shakily. My chest ached. I felt my hands tremble. But in the corner of my vision, I saw the wall breathe, subtly, almost imperceptibly. The shadows pulsed. The smell lingered, curling and twisting like smoke. I wanted to leave, to run out of that hospital, but I couldn't. Something held me there. Curiosity mingled with fear, anchoring me in place. I approached the far end of the ward. The shape didn't appear again, but the beds, they moved. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, like hands unseen nudging them just enough to remind me I wasn't alone. I stumbled back, heart hammering. The whispers grew louder, urgent now, layering syllables I couldn't understand, but instinctively knew meant warning. I forced my eyes to the ceiling, to the lights, to anything that could anchor me to reality. A sudden draft made the fluorescent lights flicker. In that brief flash, I saw it. The shadow figure, across the room, leaning closer to one of the beds. I blinked. Gone. The smell intensified, thick in my throat. My lungs burned. I gagged. The cold had turned icy, sharp, cutting through my jacket, chilling me to the core. My fingers went numb, shaking as I gripped the flashlight. I stumbled toward the door, every step slow, deliberate, aware that the shadow, or whatever it was following, observing, testing me. The whispers were now in my head, indistinguishable from my own thoughts. I could feel its presence crawling through the air vents, through the walls, through the floor. I couldn't run. I couldn't hide. I could only move forward, dragging my feet, lungs screaming, heart racing. At the end of the hall, the exit doors glimmered in the weak light. I reached for the handle. It was cold, colder than metal should be. And then I felt it, a brush against my shoulder. Not soft, not warm, but icy, heavy, like the touch of death itself. I spun. Nothing. Just the shadows stretching, bending, alive. The whispers roared in my ears. A chorus now, laughing, pleading, warning. I pushed through the door, gasping, stumbling into the stairwell. The hospital behind me was silent again, still waiting. I clutched the railing, knees weak, trying to convince myself it was over. But the smell lingered in my clothes, in my hair, in my skin. I could still feel the icy touch on my shoulder. I could still hear the whispers curling around my skull. I made it to the ground floor, out the service exit, and into the night. The hospital loomed behind me, dark, empty yet alive. The shadow patient didn't follow me outside, or maybe it did in ways I couldn't perceive. I felt its presence all the same, lingering, patient, waiting. And I knew I would see it again. Because some things in that hospital weren't meant to be confronted. They weren't meant to be understood. They were meant to be felt, to haunt. Even now, long after that night, when I close my eyes, I can see the corner of that ward. I can feel the cold, the rot, the silence that was too alive to ignore. And sometimes, just for a second, I swear I can see the shape leaning there, waiting, patient, unblinking, watching me from the shadows. I don't go back. I won't go back. But the hospital, it hasn't let me go. I thought I knew fear before that night. I thought I understood it, measured it in beats per minute, in shallow breaths, in racing thoughts. But nothing prepared me for what it was like to be trapped in that hospital. After what I'd seen on the second floor, after the whispers, after the shadow patient, I told myself I had to leave. I had to get out. But the building had other plans. The exit doors on the first floor didn't exist the way I remembered them. They were there, yes, metal frames, small windows, handles intact. But when I reached for them, they didn't budge. They were locked. Not with keys or latches. Not with anything I could see. They were simply closed permanently. I slammed my shoulder into the nearest door. Nothing. My hands bled from the cold metal. My breath came fast, my chest tight, my legs trembling. I took a step back, flashlight quivering in my hands. The hall stretched longer than it should have. I had walked a dozen times already, but now it twisted in ways that didn't make sense. Corners I remembered were gone. Doors I passed were now empty walls. Shadows clung to the ceiling in corners, stretching toward me as if alive, as if they were reaching, waiting to swallow me. I tried to call for help. My radio, dead. My phone, dead. Nothing. Silence answered me, thick and heavy, pressing against my ears. And then the whispers began again. Not faint, not soft, loud, insistent, layered voices, overlapping, threading through my thoughts. I couldn't escape them. They came from everywhere, nowhere. My skull felt full, my brain buzzing, my vision twitching at the corners. I moved forward. I had to keep moving. The hospital was alive. I knew it then, not metaphorically. It was breathing. It pulsed. The walls flexed when I touched them, subtly but undeniably. The floor tilted under my weight as if testing me. And the shadows, they moved with purpose. Always just at the edge of the flashlight beam, retreating when I looked, advancing when I didn't. Patient, watching, hunting. I passed the nurse's station again. The files I'd seen move before were now stacked neatly, all edges aligned perfectly. For a moment it felt normal, but then a chair scraped across the floor, slowly, deliberately, from somewhere behind me. I spun. Nothing, but the sound repeated, louder this time, circling me, moving with intent. My stomach knotted. My hands shook. I had to leave, had to find an exit that actually existed. I ran down a corridor I didn't recognize. The fluorescent lights flickered and buzzed, throwing shadows across the walls that danced like living things. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud, too loud, echoing through the halls. And then a soft whisper, clear, close, like someone was right behind my ear. "You can't leave." I froze, breath catching. The words weren't in my head. They were around me, real. But when I turned, nothing was there. The corridor stretched on endlessly. Doors that had been on my left were now on my right. The walls bent slightly, subtly, as if the building itself were shifting, watching me, guiding me, trapping me. I tried the stairs. The stairwell led to the second floor, but the second floor wasn't the same as before. The shadows thickened as soon as I stepped onto the landing. A cold wind whispered up from below, carrying the stench of rot and decay. I could feel the presence again, the shadow patient, or something like it, lurking just beyond the edges of my perception. I tried to focus on the light, the floor, the walls, anything familiar, but everything moved when I wasn't looking directly. A door at the end of the hall creaked. I froze, heart hammering, sweat slicking my hair to my forehead. The whispers grew louder, urgent, insistent, almost angry. I edged closer. The door, cracked, swung slightly open. Behind it, nothing, just darkness, deep and thick. And then I heard it, the scraping of metal, a low, deliberate noise coming from somewhere behind me. The shadows moved faster, stretching, reaching, closing in. I turned and ran. My boots pounded against the tile. The hall twisted again. Doors appeared and disappeared. The whispers followed, circling me, threading into my thoughts. I stumbled over a loose tile and fell forward, scraping my hands and knees. The pain was sharp, real, grounding me, but the shadows, they didn't care. They advanced, patient, deliberate, pushing me toward the center of the maze. I reached the main lobby, or what I thought was the main lobby. The ceiling stretched impossibly high, the lights flickering, casting grotesque shapes across the walls. The windows, normally broken and grimy, were now black mirrors, reflecting the shadows more clearly than the light. I saw myself in them, but not quite myself. My eyes were hollow, my face stretched subtly in impossible ways. I recoiled. The reflection smiled. I didn't. I tried another door. It led to a small storage room, filled with broken equipment, old wheelchairs, and stacked chairs. I slammed it shut behind me, pressing my back against it. I could hear the building breathe, a low, constant sound, like a living thing sighing. The whispers were now inside my head, repeating a word I didn't know but felt I should. Stay. I forced myself to look around. The storage room was small, but the objects had moved. Chairs had shifted, leaning toward the center of the room. A cart rattled against the wall, then stopped abruptly. I could feel it watching me. I could feel the building watching me. My flashlight caught movement in the corner, a dark, indistinct figure, and when I blinked, it vanished. The chill wrapped around me, biting through my jacket, my shirt, my skin, sinking into my bones. I stumbled back into the hall. The shadows were thicker here, denser, moving with purpose. They weren't just following, they were guiding, herding me toward somewhere, or maybe nowhere. Every corridor, I tried led to another I didn't recognize. The hospital had changed completely. Familiar stairwells were now endless halls. Doors that should have led outside were locked or gone. I was trapped, and then I realized something worse. I wasn't imagining the movement, the whispers, the chill. I wasn't imagining the building shifting around me. It was alive, it was aware, and it wasn't neutral. It wanted me here. Not to harm me, not yet, but to trap me, to watch, to wait. The shadows weren't just following me. They were part of it, extensions of the building itself, patient and persistent. I ran again, trying every door, every stairwell. The shadows moved faster now, closing in, stretching, bending reality. The whispers were a roar in my ears, telling me I couldn't leave. My hands shook so badly I could barely hold the flashlight. My lungs burned, my chest tightened. But still, I moved forward, forced my legs keep going, though every instinct screamed to stop, to hide, to pray. I reached the central hallway, the one I thought led to the main exit, but the exit wasn't there. Just more shadows, more doors, more corridors twisting impossibly into each other. And the air, it was thick now, solid, pressing against my skin, my lungs, my thoughts. I could feel it inside me, crawling through my mind, twisting my perception. I realized, and I wasn't just trapped in the building. I was trapped in my own fear. The hospital didn't just hold me. It reflected me, amplified me, made me part of it. I stumbled to a wall, pressing my hand against the peeling paint, trying to ground myself. The whispers surged, louder, pleading, demanding, angry. Shadows flickered across the floor, forming shapes that made my stomach turn. Faces, too many faces, twisted and stretched in impossible ways, each one staring, silently screaming, watching. My knees gave out. I sank to the floor, gasping, heart hammering, flashlight rolling across the tiles. And then silence, almost complete silence. I lifted my head, barely daring to breathe. The shadows had retreated for a moment, but the chill remained, deeper, sharper. The walls had grown closer, leaning inward. I could feel the building pulse, like a heartbeat beneath the floor. And I knew there was no escape. Not tonight, not ever. I tried to scream. Nothing came out. I tried to move. My legs refused. The shadows returned, thicker, faster, filling the hallways, circling me, pressing in. The whispers returned too, now in my skull, in my chest, in my lungs. Stay, stay, stay. I wanted to run. I wanted to fight. I wanted to live. But the hospital, it didn't care. Hours passed, though I couldn't tell. Time bent here. I felt myself wandering, lost, trapped in corridors that twisted into themselves. Shadows followed, retreated, returned. The whispers never stopped. And the building breathed around me, alive, patient, waiting. Every step I took led me deeper into the maze. Every breath I drew filled me with cold and decay. Every heartbeat reminded me I was alive. For now, I don't know how long I stayed there. Minutes? Hours? Days? Time has no meaning inside that place. All I know is this: the hospital is alive. It watches. It waits. And it will not let go. The shadows, the whispers, the walls, they are part of it. Extensions of something older than I can understand. And I am trapped. Forever. I always thought the cemetery was quiet at night. Not peaceful, exactly. But quiet in a way that let you think. That let the mind wander. I've been working here for years. Trimming grass, repairing stones, locking the gates after sunset. Nights were the easiest. The hours passing slowly with only the sound of wind through bare trees, and the occasional call of a crow. Until tonight. The sun was just dipping below the horizon when I finished my last round, the orange light bleeding across the headstones. I lingered a little longer than usual, watching the shadows stretch and twist over the markers. That's when I noticed it. 4 of them, tombstones I didn't remember seeing before, small, unadorned, some leaning at odd angles. They weren't in the records. I checked my map again, but these were new, completely new. I frowned. Must be new plots, I muttered to myself, though it felt wrong. The cemetery wasn't supposed to have new burials. Nothing had happened here in months. And yet, there they were, rising from the ground like something that shouldn't exist. I stepped closer. The names were scratched in crudely, uneven, some impossible to read, others familiar, names I'd known or thought I knew. A cold wind blew through the rows, rattling leaves and sending a shiver down my spine. I pulled my jacket tighter around me. The shadows were deepening fast, swallowing the edges of the cemetery, and for a moment, I felt like I was walking into a darkness that didn't belong. I took a breath and told myself it was nothing, just a trick of the fading light. But the closer I got, the more I realized these stones weren't just new. They were deliberate. They were arranged in patterns that didn't make sense, spiraling subtly toward the center of the grounds. And there, in the last rays of sun, I thought I saw a movement. Nothing solid. Nothing I could touch, but a shimmer, a flicker, like someone standing just beyond the corner of my eye. I stopped, holding my breath. My heart thumped hard in my chest, loud enough it sounded like it was echoing to the rows of graves. I turned slowly, flashlight now in hand, scanning the shadows. Nothing, only headstones, grass, and the wind whispering through skeletal trees. I shook my head. You're tired, I told myself. Just tired. But the unease didn't go away. I walked along the path I knew well, past the oldest graves, some crumbling and sunken, and then I saw them again. Tombstones I had never noticed before, smaller now, closer together, almost like they had sprouted overnight. I crouched to examine one. The stone was cold, wet from dew, letters scratched jaggedly. Elliot. The name rang in my memory, though I couldn't place it. I stood, suddenly aware of the creeping darkness. My flashlight cut through the gloom, but the beam seemed weak, flickering. And then I smelled it, something metallic, earthy, like fresh soil mixed with decay. I gagged slightly, my stomach twisting. I hadn't dug here. No one had. And yet the smell was strong, pressing in my nostrils. I tried to leave, thinking it was time to call it a night, but the path behind me looked different. The layout I had memorized for years had shifted. The main road to the gate twisted unexpectedly, lined now with new stones that weren't there before. Panic started to rise. My hands shook, flashlight beam wobbling as I scanned the graves. Every stone seemed to lean subtly toward the center, toward me. I took a step back, and that's when I heard it, a whisper, just one, soft, almost imperceptible. My name, Jack. I froze. The sound was so faint, I wasn't sure I had heard it. I called out, "Who's there?" Only the wind answered, rattling the branches and sending shadows flickering across the ground. I forced myself to move, telling myself the mind plays tricks when the light is low. Still, every instinct screamed at me to leave, to run, to never look back. I reached the old oak tree in the center of the grounds. That's where the oldest graves were, the ones with statues and angels weathered by time. And there, surrounding the tree, were more than new stones. They formed a rough circle, uneven but purposeful. I took a careful step closer. My flashlight illuminated the names, some familiar, some completely unknown. Some were dated just days ago. But the cemetery had been closed. Nobody should have been buried here. Nobody. A gust of wind rattled the branches above, and I swear I saw something move between the stones. A figure, tall, black against the night, standing motionless, watching. My breath caught in my throat. I swung the flashlight, illuminating nothing. The figure wasn't there. Only the cold wind, only the whispering leaves, only the smell of wet earth and decay clinging to the air. I tried to reason with myself. "It's shadows," I muttered. "The sun's gone, you're imagining." But I couldn't finish the thought. The air had grown colder, biting at my skin, curling into my jacket and my hair. My hands trembled as I gripped the flashlight tighter. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run. Every shadow felt alive. I started walking backward, slowly, eyes scanning. The circle of new stones seemed to watch me, shifting subtly when I wasn't looking directly. My mind screamed that it was impossible, that stones couldn't move, couldn't breathe. But the feeling of being observed was undeniable. My heart pounded. My feet slipped slightly on damp grass. And then I heard it again, clearer this time. A whisper, not my name, but a single word. Stay. I spun around, flashlight shaking. The figure, or something like it, was there, just beyond the edge of the circle. Too tall, too black, nothing I could describe. And when I focused on it, it vanished. Just vanished. But the cold remained, sinking into my chest, tightening around my lungs. I felt it in my bones. The ground beneath the oak seemed to pulse, subtly, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. I ran. I didn't care where, just away from the circle, from the stones, from the smell that clung to my skin. I burst through rows of graves, the flashlight beam bouncing across uneven terrain. I tried the main gate. Locked. Solid. No handle moved. My hands were bleeding from scraping against metal. I pounded with my fists, but nothing gave. The whispers followed. Not soft now. Not distant. Surrounding me, twisting through my mind. I could hear them in the rustling of leaves, in the scrape of branches, in the wet grass beneath my feet. Stay, stay, stay. They press in, urgent and insistent. I pressed my back against a gravestone, shaking, listening. The circle of stones behind me seemed to hum in the dark, vibrating in some unholy rhythm. And then I saw them. The smallest stones, ones I hadn't noticed before, rising from the earth as if pushed by unseen hands. Tiny, crude, barely more than markers, each one leaning toward me. The air smelled worse now, rot mixed with iron. I gagged, covered my mouth. My flashlight fell to the ground, casting shadows that twisted like living things across the graves. I backed up. Each step was measured, careful, terrified. I tried to remember which path led to the gate, to safety, but the cemetery had shifted again. Familiar paths were gone, replaced by new rows of stones I hadn't seen a moment ago. I felt the dark pressing in, shadows stretching from every tree, from every stone, bending in ways that defied logic. And then the whispers came again, closed now, right in my ears, and I realized it wasn't just a sound. It was a presence, watching, judging, pulling. I stumbled, tripping over a root, hitting the ground hard. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering, lungs burning, and saw the tall figure again. Motionless, black, impossibly still. I could feel it, not just see it. Feel it in my chest, in my bones, in my mind. I tried to run. The figure stayed in place, but somehow it moved with me, always at the edge of my vision, always just beyond reach. I screamed, but the night swallowed the sound. The gate wasn't there. The path wasn't there. Only the circle of new stones, the twisting shadows, the cold, the rot, the whispers urging me to stay. And I knew then what I had suspected. The cemetery wasn't just quiet at night. It was alive, waiting, shaping itself. The stones weren't random. They weren't graves. They were markers, warnings, invitations. And the figure, or whatever it was patient, waiting for me to understand that I wasn't leaving. Not tonight. Not ever. I pressed my back against an old oak, shivering, heart racing. The last light had disappeared, swallowed by the horizon. Shadows reached out, long and patient. The whispering rose to a roar in my head. And as I realized I had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, I understood something I didn't want to admit. The cemetery had claimed me. I don't know how long I stayed there, frozen, listening to the whispers, feeling the cold wrap around me. But the memory is clear. I know the stones, I know the circle, I know the tall shadow watching, always just out of reach. And I know the last light at the cemetery isn't just the sun setting. It's a warning, a signal, a reminder that some places don't want you to leave once the darkness falls. The fog rolled in quicker than I expected, thick and heavy, hugging the ground and curling between the graves. It smelled damp and cold, the earthy smell of wet soil mixing with the rot I thought I'd left behind in the last light of the cemetery. I should have gone home hours ago, but something held me there, curiosity and fear tangled together. Every instinct told me to leave, but I couldn't, not yet. I walked slowly, my boots pressing into the softened grass. The fog swallowed the edges of the paths I knew, making every row of tombstones look endless, unfamiliar. Shapes loomed out of the mist, angel statues, weathered markers, and the smaller stones I hadn't seen before. They weren't just graves. They were eyes watching me, or at least that's what it felt like. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching on the gravel and soft earth behind me. I froze, holding my breath, straining my ears. My heart jumped. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a fox or a stray dog. But the rhythm of the steps, it wasn't right. Too even, too human, and the sound wasn't moving away. It was following, patient, echoing between the graves, matching my own pace. I spun around. Fog thickened instantly, blinding me. I swept my flashlight, shaking, across the rows. Nothing. Only the gravestones. Only the mist curling around them like smoke. I called out, "Hello? Who's there?" My voice sounded small, weak, swallowed by the fog. No answer. Only footsteps. I started walking again, faster this time, trying to convince myself that I was imagining it. But the footsteps matched me, step for step. I dared to glance over my shoulder. Nothing. Only gray haze, bending the shadows of stones. But I could feel it, just at the edge of my senses, patient, waiting. My chest tightened. I swallowed hard, trying to force rational thought into my spiraling fear. The path curved slightly, leading me deeper into the oldest part of the cemetery. Here, the fog was thickest, the air colder, heavier. The grass was wet, the smell of earth and decay stronger, almost choking. Every stone I passed seemed to lean toward me. I shook my head. I was tired, overworked, letting my imagination run wild. That had to be it. That's all it could be. But the footsteps didn't lie. They came again, soft but distinct, echoing behind me. I stopped. My flashlight beam wobbled as I swung it behind me. Nothing. I swallowed, heart hammering, and told myself to keep moving. Faster this time. I needed to reach the main path, reach the exit, reach safety. But with every step, the distance seemed to stretch, the fog thickened, and the footsteps continued relentless. I tried another trick. I changed pace, slowed deliberately, crouched, stepped lightly. The sound followed. I paused completely, waited, silent, for a heartbeat. Then step, another behind me, followed by another. I spun around again, shining the light. Still nothing, but the presence. I could feel it pressing in, just behind me, patient, hungry. I ran, my legs burned, boots sinking into the soft earth. Gravestones blurred past me. Rows I knew suddenly twisted into a maze. The fog wrapped tighter, cold fingers wrapping around my arms, my neck. My breath came in ragged gasps. And the footsteps, closer now, faster, but still deliberate, echoed behind me. I didn't dare look again. I reached a small clearing near a circle of older stones. The fog swirled thick here, and the ground sloped unevenly. My flashlight caught shapes moving just beyond the edge of its beam. Shadows or people, I couldn't tell. I swallowed hard, trying to calm my shaking hands. I had to get out, had to escape, and yet the clearing had changed. I had walked this path hundreds of times. Never like this. The footsteps stopped, or I thought they did. Silence pressed around me, thick and heavy. My chest ached, my head throbbed, and then a whisper, barely audible over my own panting. "Don't leave." I froze. My flashlight trembled in my grip. The words weren't coming from anywhere I could see, but I felt them curling around my skull, pressing into my thoughts. I wanted to run, wanted to turn, wanted to leave this place forever, but I couldn't move. Something held me there, rooted, listening, waiting. I tried again. I forced myself forward, toward the main path. My legs moved slowly, boots squelching in the damp grass. Every few steps, I glanced behind me. The fog hadn't changed, but I could feel the presence there. Patient, watching. I quickened my pace. The footsteps returned, slow at first, then matching me, step for step, echoing over the damp ground, weaving between the stones. I stumbled over a root, almost falling. My flashlight hit the ground, casting the shadows long and twisting, grotesque across the gravestones. And I saw them, tiny movements in the fog, almost imperceptible. Figures? Shadows? I couldn't tell. They were there and gone at the same time, lingering at the edge of vision. I scrambled to my feet. The whispers rose, soft but urgent, layered over the crunch of footsteps. I could feel them pressing, tugging at my mind, urging me to stop, to stay. I shook my head violently. No, I couldn't. I wouldn't. I ran. The path ahead curved again and the fog thickened, curling around me, hiding the ground, hiding the stones, hiding the exits. I knew this part of the cemetery like the back of my hand, yet it felt foreign, twisted. Every step I took was measured by the crunch of footsteps behind me, echoing, patient, deliberate. I ducked behind a large monument, trying to catch my breath. My heart pounded like a drum. The footsteps paused. My flashlight trembled in my grip, illuminating nothing but fog and stone. The air smelled foul, damp, decayed, and then I saw it, shadows slipping between two stones. Tall, dark, formless. I blinked. It vanished instantly. Only the fog remained. I forced myself to move again toward a row of older graves, hoping the layout would lead me back to safety. But the fog twisted, bending the paths I knew. Stones that hadn't been there before loomed in the mist, forming barriers. The footsteps followed, echoing, circling, patient. I dared not stop. I dared not look back. I remembered the tales old groundskeepers whispered, stories of the cemetery at night, of shadows and spirits, of people who wandered and never returned. I'd always laughed at them, told myself it was superstition. But now, breathing hard, wet and cold, hearing footsteps that couldn't belong to any living person, feeling the presence just behind me, I understood. There was truth in the whispers, and it was hungry. The fog began to swirl, forming vague shapes, like bodies reaching through the mist. My chest tightened. Every instinct screamed at me to run, yet my legs ached, my lungs burned. I stumbled, catching myself on a crooked stone, almost toppling over. The footsteps didn't pause. They circled me now, impossible to place, echoing in all directions. And then I felt it, something brushing my shoulder. Cold, sharp, icy, like winter itself had reached into my jacket. I spun, shining the flashlight into the fog. Nothing, but the feeling lingered, crawling down my arms, into my chest, into my bones. I gagged at the smell, wet earth and decay, sharper now, closer. I ran blindly, tripping over roots, slipping in mud. The footsteps echoed, sometimes behind, sometimes beside, sometimes in front. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the fog. The cemetery had changed again. Familiar paths were gone, stones rearranged, shadows curling, stretching, twisting. The whispers followed, urgent, insistent. Stay, stay, stay. I reached the circle near the old oak again. The fog here was thickest, curling around my legs, masking the ground. I could see the smaller tombstones I hadn't noticed before, rising from the soil, leaning slightly toward me. The presence was here, watching, patient. I pressed my back against the oak, gasping, shaking. My flashlight rolled to the ground, casting grotesque shadows across the graves. And then I understood. The footsteps weren't following. They weren't chasing. They weren't human. They were part of the cemetery. A heartbeat, a rhythm of the earth, of the stones, of the fog. Alive, patient, waiting for me to stumble, to fall, to stay. I sank to my knees, chest heaving, mind racing. The fog pressed closer. The whispers roared. Shadows swirled in the corners of my vision, twisting around the stones, curling into shapes I could not name. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run. But the cemetery had changed. It wasn't the same place I'd walked 100 times before. It was alive, and it wanted me to understand that I wasn't leaving tonight. Not ever. The fog had grown thick now, curling low across the ground like it was alive, moving with purpose. I could barely see a few feet ahead, the dim beam of my flashlight struggling to cut through the gray haze. My boots pressed into the damp grass, soft with recent rain, and every step felt heavier than the last. Something was wrong. I could feel it in my chest, pressing against my ribs, making each breath an effort. I kept walking, trying to convince myself it was nothing more than exhaustion and imagination. The cemetery had always been eerie at night. That was true, but I had never felt this wrong. And then I saw it, a freshly dug grave, its edges sharp and neat, the soil piled high on one side. I stopped dead in my tracks. My flashlight trembled in my hands as I stared at the dark, open rectangle in the earth. I hadn't dug it. No one had. The cemetery gates had been locked when I arrived. The ground was damp, but there was no sign of footprints leading to it, no shovel marks anywhere nearby. The grave simply existed, waiting. I stepped closer, trying to make sense of it. The air around the grave felt colder than the fog, like someone had opened a freezer and poured the chill into the night. My breath came out in ragged puffs, small clouds vanishing into the gray. And then I heard it, a whisper, soft, almost drowned by the rustling leaves and the fog curling around the stones. Leave. I froze, heartbeat hammering. My head whipped around, scanning the mist, the graves, the shadows. Nothing moved. No one was there. Just the fog, the crooked stones, and the open grave. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination, the stress, the isolation playing tricks on me. But the voice had been so close, so intimate. It felt as though someone had leaned over my shoulder to speak directly into my ear. I swallowed hard, gripping the flashlight tighter. My fingers shook. I bent slightly to look into the grave. The darkness inside seemed impossibly deep, as if it went further than the earth should allow. My stomach churned. I couldn't see the bottom, not even with a beam. It was just black, a void, silent except for that whispering that had returned. Leave, now. I straightened quickly, backing away. The fog shifted, swirling around me, thickening, curling around a mound of soil as though it were alive, breathing. My mind screamed at me to run, to get to the gates, to escape. But my legs felt rooted. My brain struggled to reconcile what I knew was impossible with what I was experiencing. I had seen graves before, yes, but none like this, none that seemed to pulse with expectation, that seemed to know I was there. I took a tentative step back. My flashlight wavered, the beam catching something on the edge of the grave. Small objects, faint and indistinct in the fog, scattered on the soil. Stones? Or something else? My stomach twisted. I leaned closer, trying to make sense of them, and the whisper came again, louder, closer, more insistent. Don't touch, don't. I recoiled sharply, tripping over the wet grass. My flashlight rolled across the ground, illuminating more shadows and light. The whispers multiplied, overlapping, threading through the air, pressing against my skull. I could feel them in my ears, my chest, my lungs. Leave, leave, leave. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering, hands trembling. The grave seemed to shift subtly in the fog, as though the earth itself were breathing alive. I couldn't explain it. Nothing about this was logical. My rational mind, the part of me that kept me sane during lonely nights at work, fought desperately to take control. But logic didn't matter here. Not in this fog. Not with this grave. I tried to back away, carefully, step by step. The whispers followed, circling, urgent, a chorus of invisible voices. I glanced around, hoping to see something, anything, that would ground me. But the cemetery had changed. The familiar rows of stones were distorted by the fog. Shadows stretched in impossible ways. I couldn't find a path back to the gates. It was as if the ground had shifted while I wasn't looking, rearranging itself around the grave, locking me in. A cold breeze washed over me, stronger than before, carrying the smell of wet earth and decay, sharper now, pressing against my nose and throat. I gagged, coughing, trying to force it out. My lungs burned, my chest tightened, and then I felt it. The presence, patient, deliberate, standing just at the edge of my vision. I turned, flashlight swinging, but saw nothing. Only fog, only shadows, only the grave, staring up at me. I wanted to run. I wanted to sprint, to escape, to leave the cemetery forever. But I couldn't. My legs refused to cooperate, as though something deep in the soil had entwined itself around my bones, holding me in place. The whispers rose again, louder, insistent, urgent. Leave, leave, leave. I forced myself forward, toward the edge of the fog, toward what I hoped was a familiar path. But the grave wasn't behind me anymore. Or rather, it was closer, moving slowly, impossibly, shifting like a shadow, leaning toward me. I stumbled backward, heart racing, flashlight trembling. The soil seemed to breathe, small bits of dirt falling away, revealing nothing but deeper darkness beneath. And then I saw it. Faint shapes within the grave, like shadows moving under the earth. Not fully formed, not tangible, but shifting, writhing, wriggling as if the soil were alive. My stomach turned. I wanted to look away, to close my eyes, to scream, but I couldn't. My body refused, rooted by terror, by curiosity, by the terrible need to know what was inside. The whispers became a roar in my mind, overlapping now, urgent, pleading, angry. Leave now, leave now. My teeth chattered. My hands shook uncontrollably. The fog thickened, curling around my ankles, pressing against me, and the grave pulsed subtly, almost imperceptibly, like a heartbeat beneath the soil. I stumbled backward again, tripping, falling to my hands and knees. My flashlight skittered across the ground, catching the edges of the smaller stones I hadn't noticed before. They were all leaning toward the grave, subtle, deliberate, like witnesses or guardians. The whispers penetrated every nerve of my body, echoing, insistent. I crawled backward, chest heaving, knees scraping on wet grass. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, what I was feeling. But logic was gone. Reason had no place here. The cemetery was alive. The grave was alive. And whatever had been placed, or had emerged, was waiting, patient, hungry, watching. I forced myself to stand, shaking, flashlight barely holding its beam steady. The grave was closer still, the soil rising and falling like breathing. I felt it in my chest, in my lungs, in my bones. The whispers swirled around me, a chorus of voices, each urgent, each commanding, each pressing me to leave. I wanted to obey. I wanted to run. But my body refused, rooted by some unseen force, some pull I couldn't fight. The mist shifted. Faint figures seemed to crawl from the darkness around the grave, only to dissolve when I focused on them. Shadows, maybe. Spirits, maybe. Something else entirely I didn't know, and I didn't want to know. The air pressed tighter around me, cold and wet, carrying the smell of earth, decay, and something else I couldn't name, something foul and ancient. I finally forced myself to take a step back. Another. The whispers followed, louder now, echoing in my skull, pressing into my chest. Leave, leave, leave. My legs screamed in protest. My lungs burned with each breath, and still I moved, slowly, relentlessly, away from the grave, away from the mist, away from whatever waited beneath the soil. I stumbled over a root, falling to my hands again. My flashlight skittered, catching the edges of the tombstones, the soil, the shadows. I could feel them watching, patient, deliberate, waiting for me to falter. And for a moment, I thought I saw the soil shift again, faintly, subtly, as though it were nudging me, testing me, tugging at my mind. I scrambled to my feet, pushing past the fog, past the whispers, past the presence that clung to me like ice. The cemetery had changed again. Paths I knew twisted impossibly. Stones shifted slightly when I wasn't looking. I was trapped and I knew it, but still I moved. Still I tried to escape. Still I fought. And as I finally saw the faint lights of the cemetery gates through the mist, I understood something terrible. I had not left the grave behind. It had left me. A presence, patient, deliberate, ancient, had attached itself to me. And no matter how far I walked, how fast I ran, I could feel its pull, its gaze, its hunger. I left the cemetery that night. But the whispers never left me. I could feel them in quiet moments, in dreams, in empty streets. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that the grave, the soil, the fog, it had secrets. Secrets I would never unearth. secrets that would follow me forever. I had been walking for hours, though I couldn't tell if it had been minutes or an eternity. The fog never lifted. The darkness never thinned. Every familiar path, every row of stones I had memorized over years of working here, twisted into something alien, impossible. I was trapped, and with every step, the cemetery seemed to tighten around me, pressing in, reshaping itself. The whispers had grown louder, omnipresent, no longer a soft suggestion, but a constant drone in my mind. Stay, stay, stay. They merged with the sound of footsteps that weren't my own. Step for step, circling, following, echoing off graves that seemed to lean toward me with anticipation. I spun around again and again, trying to locate the source. Nothing moved in the fog. Nothing alive, at least. But I could feel them, watching, patient, hungry. Then I saw them. At first, I thought it was my imagination, exhaustion pressing at the edges of reason. Shadows among the gravestones, subtle, indistinct, pale shapes that shouldn't have moved, but did. A figure shifted behind a tree, then another behind a leaning marker, then a third at the edge of the path. And then I understood they were following me. Not me alone, but my every motion, every breath, every heartbeat. The dead were moving, inching closer, patient as the fog itself. My chest tightened. I ran, boots sinking in wet grass, flashlight beam wobbling, illuminating the fog and the countless stones. I tried to call out, to scream, but my voice seemed swallowed, absorbed by the cemetery itself. The fog closed in around me, thick and suffocating. Every turn of the path revealed new shadows, new figures, their faces pale and indistinct, some leaning forward, some hovering, some just watching. I stumbled over a stone that wasn't there before. Pain shot through my ankle, sharp and hot, but I didn't care. I scrambled to my feet, dragging my leg, running blindly, desperate for an exit I knew no longer existed. And yet the dead followed, step for step, shifting silently through the fog. My heart raced, my lungs burned, and still I ran. I reached a small clearing near the oldest section of the cemetery. Statues loomed in the fog, angels with cracked wings, faces eroded by time, their eyes seeming to follow me. The air was colder here, icy enough to bite through my jacket, and the whispers rose again, layered, insistent. Leave, leave, leave. Not a suggestion this time, but a warning. I turned, flashlight trembling. Shapes emerged in the fog, faint at first, then clearer. The dead, walking slowly, deliberately, their feet brushing the damp grass, their eyes hollow, fixed on me. I tried to blink them away, tried to convince myself they were shadows, trickery, hallucinations, but they weren't. Every instinct screamed at me that these were not figments. They were here, they were real, and they were patient. I backed away, trying to put distance between myself and them. But the clearing was small, the paths twisted, the fog dense. The more I moved, the closer they came, moving in silence, gliding over the ground, unhurried, inevitable. My mind screamed in panic, trying to map an escape route, any route. But every path seemed to twist back toward the center of the cemetery, toward them. The air smelled worse now, a blend of damp soil and decay, stronger than before, pressing into my lungs. I gagged, coughing, but it lingered, clinging to my skin, my hair, my clothes. I could feel them near, close enough that the heat or the absence of it was noticeable. Hollow air, cold and unnatural, brushed past my neck. I spun again, flashlight beam shaking. Shadows scattered, then reformed, always just out of reach, always surrounding me. I ran blindly. Every step carried me over roots, uneven earth, over stones that I didn't remember being there, obstacles that should have tripped me but didn't. The dead followed, gliding silently, patient, unhurried, inexorable. My breath came in ragged gasps. My legs were exhausted. My lungs burned. I wanted to collapse, to curl into a ball, to surrender, but something inside me refused. Survival screamed louder than exhaustion, louder than fear. I tried calling out, "Who's there? What do you want?" My voice was swallowed immediately by the fog. Silence answered, then whispers returned, layered, urgent. Stay, stay, stay. Not a question, not a warning, a statement, a command. I understood then that this place didn't want me to leave. Daylight didn't exist here. Dawn didn't exist. I was trapped not by walls, not by gates, but by something far older, far hungrier. I stumbled over another stone and fell hard, scraping my hands, my knees, my face. Pain spiked sharply, grounding me briefly in reality. But when I looked up, the dead were closer. Figures I hadn't noticed before rose from the fog, shifting between gravestones like smoke given shape. Faces were hollow, eyes empty, but their gaze was fixed, patient, insistent. I felt it pressing into my chest, into my mind, into my soul. I crawled to my feet, dragging myself along the grass, every instinct screaming at me to move. But movement wasn't enough. The figures adapted, flowing around me, reshaping the space. Paths that had seemed open now closed, filled with shapes, faces, the dead shifting slowly, deliberately, never running, never tiring, always patient. My flashlight flickered. Panic gripped me as I realized it wasn't strong enough to push the darkness away. The fog seemed to thicken around its beam, curling, shifting, alive. I tried to steady it, tried to sweep it across the graves, to illuminate an escape route, but nothing changed. The dead were everywhere now, forming a circle, patient, surrounding me, waiting. I sank to the ground, chest heaving, legs trembling. My mind raced. Memories flashed, childhood stories of wandering spirits. The old groundskeeper warning me not to linger after dark. The countless nights I'd walked these paths alone without incident. But this was different. This was not superstition. This was not imagination. The cemetery had come alive around me, and the dead were not waiting for anyone else. They were waiting for me. I tried to remember the gate, the entrance, anything that might be familiar, but the fog had swallowed it. The paths I knew twisted impossibly, every row of stones rearranged, every turn leading back toward the center, toward them. I was trapped, and the realization settled over me like ice. Dawn was unreachable. Morning would never come. The cemetery itself had become a prison. The whispers rose again, urgent, insistent, now clearly more than one voice. A chorus of cold, hollow intonations threading through my mind. Leave, leave, leave. Not a threat, not a plea, a certainty. And I knew, with a sinking understanding that made my stomach turn, that I had already ignored them too long. My presence was an intrusion, and the dead did not forgive intrusions. I forced myself up, staggering, dragging myself forward, trying desperately to put distance between me and the looming figures. Every step was measured, careful, terrified, but futile. No matter how far I ran, the dead remained the edge of vision, patient, always patient, circling, following. Their hollow eyes seemed to pierce through the fog, through the darkness, into me. A sound reached me, low and subtle, almost drowned by the whispers in the fog. The scrape of nails against stone, faint, deliberate, growing louder. The dead were moving closer, brushing against the gravestones, shifting the earth, their presence tangible now in the cold pressing against my chest. My heartbeat thundered, every nerve alight with fear, but I couldn't stop. I had to move, even if it was futile. The fog swirled, curling around my legs, my arms, my torso, tugging at me, slowing me, making every step an effort. Shapes emerged from the gray, taller now, more distinct, faces hollow, some featureless, some twisted with expressions I could not name, all patient. I stumbled backward, almost falling, and when I looked up, the path I thought led out was gone, replaced entirely by shadow, mist, and figures that shouldn't exist. I sank to ground again, shivering violently. The cold cut into my bones, the whispers drilled into my mind, the presence pressed against my chest. Daylight was gone, unreachable, swallowed by fog and shadow. The dead circled, patient, watching, waiting. I wanted to scream, to cry, to beg, but no sound left me. Even my thoughts seemed caught, pressed by the inevitability surrounding me. Hours, or maybe minutes, time no longer existed, passed. I could hear the wind, the rustle of leaves, the distant echo of footsteps that weren't mine, merging with the whispers. I could feel them closing in, patient, deliberate, as if testing me, judging me, knowing that I could not escape. And I understood fully that I was no longer walking through the cemetery. The cemetery was walking through me. I pressed my back against the cold, wet earth, staring at the fog-shrouded figures, the twisting stones, the impossible paths. I knew then that I would not leave this place. Not ever. Dawn would never come. The dead were patient, eternal, and I was theirs. I closed my eyes, trying to will myself awake, to convince myself it was a dream. But when I opened them, the fog was still there. The whispers were still there. The figures were still there, patient, deliberate, eternal. And I understood, with a final, terrifying clarity, that I had been trapped the moment I walked through these gates. There would be no sunrise. There would be no escape. Only the cemetery, only the dead, only the whispers and the patient, unyielding presence pressing into my mind, my chest, my very soul. It was past midnight when the first call came. I remember because the night had been quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that presses against your eardrums and makes the small sound of your apartment seem like they belong to someone else. The hum of the fluorescent light in the dispatch room was louder than usual, and the clock on the wall was ticking like a heartbeat in the dead air. I should have been asleep hours ago, but here I was, leaning over the headset, staring at the glowing numbers on the screen. The call came from an unknown number. That alone wasn't unusual. Most nights, we get calls that never reveal themselves. But there was something about this one. The line clicked, static, a low rasp that sounded like it was coming from somewhere far away, or maybe too close. My name came through in a voice that made my stomach tighten. "Hello," I said. Silence at first, just static, whispering like wind through dead leaves. Then a voice, or something that wanted to be a voice. "I'm inside." It made me freeze. Not inside the station. Not somewhere far away. Inside my home. The words were slow, deliberate, broken, like the speaker was dragging them across the floor before letting them fall. I laughed, trying to shake it off. "Who is this?" I asked. My voice sounded sharper than I intended, and the laugh afterward, sharp, breathless, felt like it bounced off the walls of the empty room. No answer. Just static. And then, "Why are you here alone?" My fingers gripped the headset tighter, knuckles whitening. My apartment was 5 miles from here. No one should be. I shook my head. It had to be a prank. A twisted, anonymous prank. My pulse was a drum in my ears. I checked the line. Unknown number. No location. Nothing. I tried calling back, and the line rang, and then went dead. I leaned back in my chair and rubbed my eyes. Maybe I was tired. Maybe my brain was playing tricks. But the voice, it sounded real. And the way it said my name, that was unmistakable. I shouldn't have thought about it. I shouldn't have, but I did. My apartment. My bed. The little kitchen where I keep my coffee mug stacked just so. The voice knew. That's the thing about fear. It doesn't ask permission. It slides under your skin before you even realize it's there. I told myself it was a wrong number. I told myself I was imagining it. But then the phone rang again. Same number. I froze, staring at the screen like it was a snake about to strike. I didn't want to pick up. I didn't. But the dispatcher in me, the one trained to respond, to act, made my hand move before my mind caught up. "Hello." Silence. And then, again, "I'm here." Closer this time. Not just inside my home. Close. So close it felt like I could feel the breath on my neck. I swallowed hard. My throat dry, my heart hammering. I wanted to hang up, run out the door, do anything. But I couldn't. I couldn't stop listening. "Who is this?" I whispered, my voice trembling. A pause. Long enough to make me question my own hearing. And then, in a voice that was jagged and uneven, almost like it was made of broken glass, "You're awake." I wanted to tell it it was impossible. That this was impossible. My apartment, my safe space, was empty. But even as I tried to convince myself, a cold dread settled into my chest. It wasn't just fear. It was a creeping, sinking certainty that someone or something was there, watching, waiting. I thought about calling the police. Maybe they'd take it seriously. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe it was just a prank. My fingers hovered over the phone, trembling, and then the voice spoke again, softer this time, like it was breathing right into the receiver. Don't leave. The words were simple. The meaning wasn't. My chest tightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I could only listen as the line crackled, as if the sound itself was alive. I stared at the empty room around me. The walls, the desk, the small, humming computer, and I wonder how it could be lying to me. How could it sound so real? So close? And then I heard it, a faint creak, not from the station, from the floor beneath my apartment, or maybe the ceiling. My brain refused to decide which. I leaned forward, listening, every muscle in my body taut with tension. The line went quiet, just static now, white noise filling the room. I felt my breath catch. I told myself it was a building settling. I told myself I was imagining it, but the hair on my arms was standing on end, the prickling kind that doesn't go away. The phone rang again. I didn't pick it up. I couldn't bear it, but the ringing, long, insistent, echoed through the room, each tone a hammering against my ribs, against my skull. I wanted to run. I wanted to leave the building, but my feet were stuck. My hands were stuck. My mind was trapped somewhere between disbelief and panic. And then the voice came again, clearer this time, distorted, broken, but unmistakable. I see you. I dropped the headset. The sound bounced off the walls of the empty dispatch room. My heart threatened to jump out my chest. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but the words caught in my throat. I wanted to tell myself it was a hacker, some kid with a microphone and a cruel sense of humor. But it wasn't just the voice. It was the way it moved, the way it knew. I sank into the chair, hands clutching the sides, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I told myself I was imagining it, that the stress of night shifts had finally broken something inside me. But the screen in front of me still glowed with that unknown number, as if mocking me, daring me to pick up. Then I noticed something else. Something impossible. The lights above flickered. A brief, sudden pulse, like someone had touched the switch. The hum of the fluorescent bulb wavered, dimmed, and returned. My stomach dropped. I was alone. I was supposed to be alone. And yet, I could feel it. Not just a fear in my chest, not just a voice in my ear, but a presence. Something watching, waiting, something that didn't belong. I grabbed the phone again. My hands shook so violently I could barely hold it. I considered throwing it across the room, smashing it, ending this, but I couldn't. The part of me trained to listen, to respond, was too strong. Who are you? I whispered. Static, long, crawling static that seemed to stretch the seconds into hours. And then, finally, you're mine. The words were so soft, I almost didn't hear them. But I did. Every nerve in my body screamed. My pulse raced. My vision narrowed. My world shrank to the sound of that voice, echoing in the empty room. I slammed the phone down. My hands were shaking so hard I couldn't catch my own breath. I wanted to run, to escape, but the doors were too far. My office, my safe place, had become a cage, and I realized with a cold, sinking dread that this wasn't just a call. It was a warning. Somewhere, somehow, someone had been inside my home, watching, waiting, and they had the phone. They had me. I sank back into the chair, staring at the glowing screen. The line was silent now. The unknown number staring back at me, mocking me, daring me to do something. Anything. I don't know how long I sat there. Minutes, hours. It didn't matter. Time lost all meaning. All that mattered was the sound of my own heartbeat hammering in my ears, and the knowledge that I was not alone. Not really. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the phone stopped ringing. The line went dead. The room fell silent, except for the faint hum of the lights above. I stared at the phone, willing it to ring again, knowing deep down that it would. That this thing wasn't done with me. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even close my eyes. I just sat there, watching, listening, waiting for the next call. waiting for the voice that promised it was inside my home, waiting for the thing that had found me, had traced me, had somehow crossed the miles to make me feel terrified in ways I never knew were possible. And I knew in that quiet, suffocating night that the worst was only beginning. It was past midnight when the first call came. I remember it because the night had been quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that presses against your eardrums and makes the small sounds of your apartment seem like they belong to someone else. The hum of the fluorescent light in the dispatch room was louder than usual, and the clock on the wall was ticking like a heartbeat in the dead air. I should have been asleep hours ago, but here I was, leaning over the headset, staring at the glowing numbers on the screen. The call came from an unknown number. That alone wasn't unusual. Most nights, we get calls that never reveal themselves. But there was something about this one. The line clicked, static, a low rasp that sounded like it was coming from somewhere far away, or maybe too close. My name came through in a voice that made my stomach tighten. "Hello?" I said. Silence at first. Just static, whispering like wind through dead leaves. Then a voice, or something that wanted to be a voice. I'm inside. It made me freeze. Not inside the station. Not somewhere far away. Inside my home. The words were slow, deliberate, broken, like the speaker was dragging them across the floor before letting them fall. I laughed, trying to shake it off. "Who is this?" I asked. My voice sounded sharper than I intended, and the laugh afterward, sharp, breathless, felt like it bounced off the walls of the empty room. No answer, just static. And then, "Why are you here alone?" My fingers gripped the headset tighter, knuckles whitening. My apartment was 5 miles from here. No one should be. I shook my head. It had to be a prank. A twisted, anonymous prank. My pulse was a drum in my ears. I checked the line. Unknown number. No location. Nothing. I tried calling back, and the line rang, and then went dead. I leaned back in my chair and rubbed my eyes. Maybe I was tired. Maybe my brain was playing tricks. But the voice, it sounded real. And the way it said my name, that was unmistakable. I shouldn't have thought about it. I shouldn't have, but I did. My apartment. My bed. The little kitchen where I keep my coffee mug stacked just so. The voice knew. That's the thing about fear. It doesn't ask permission. It slides under your skin before you even realize it's there. I told myself it was a wrong number. I told myself I was imagining it. But then the phone rang again. Same number. I froze, staring at the screen like it was a snake about to strike. I didn't want to pick up. I didn't. But the dispatcher in me, the one trained to respond, to act, made my hand move before my mind caught up. "Hello?" Silence. And then, again, "I'm here." Closer this time. Not just inside my home. Close. So close it felt like I could feel the breath on my neck. I swallowed hard. My throat dry. My heart hammering. I wanted to hang up, run out the door, do anything. But I couldn't. I couldn't stop listening. "Who is this?" I whispered, my voice trembling. A pause. Long enough to make me question my own hearing. And then, in a voice that was jagged and uneven, almost like it was made of broken glass. "You're awake." I wanted to tell it was impossible. That this was impossible. My apartment, my safe space, was empty. But even as I tried to convince myself, a cold dread settled into my chest. It wasn't just fear. It was a creeping, sinking certainty that someone or something was there, watching, waiting. I thought about calling the police. Maybe they'd take it seriously. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe it was just a prank. My fingers hovered over the phone, trembling, and then the voice spoke again, softer this time, like it was breathing right into the receiver. "Don't leave." The words were simple. The meaning wasn't. My chest tightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I could only listen as the line crackled, as if the sound itself was alive. I stared at the empty room around me. The walls, the desk, the small humming computer, and I wonder how it could be lying to me. How could it sound so real? So close? And then I heard it, a faint creak, not from the station, from the floor beneath my apartment, or maybe the ceiling. My brain refused to decide which. I leaned forward, listening, every muscle in my body taut with tension. The line went quiet. Just static now. White noise filling the room. I felt my breath catch. I told myself it was the building settling. I told myself I was imagining it. But the hair on my arms was standing on end, the prickling kind that doesn't go away. The phone rang again. I didn't pick it up. I couldn't bear it. But the ringing, long, insistent, echoed to the room, each tone a hammering against my ribs, against my skull. I wanted to run. I wanted to leave the building. But my feet were stuck. My hands were stuck. My mind was trapped somewhere between disbelief and panic. And then the voice came again. Clearer this time. Distorted, broken, but unmistakable. I see you. I dropped the headset. The sound bounced off the walls of the empty dispatch room. My heart threatened to jump out of my chest. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but the words caught in my throat. I wanted to tell myself it was a hacker, some kid with a microphone and a cruel sense of humor. But it wasn't just the voice. It was the way it moved, the way it knew. I sank into the chair, hands clutching the sides, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I told myself I was imagining it, that the stress of night shifts had finally broken something inside me. But the screen in front of me still glowed with that unknown number, as if mocking me, daring me to pick up. Then I noticed something else. Something impossible. The lights above flickered. A brief, sudden pulse, like someone had touched a switch. The hum of the fluorescent bulb wavered, dimmed, and returned. My stomach dropped. I was alone. I was supposed to be alone. And yet, I could feel it. Not just a fear in my chest, not just a voice in my ear, but a presence. Something watching, waiting. Something that didn't belong. I grabbed the phone again. My hands shook so violently I could barely hold it. I considered throwing it across the room, smashing it, ending this, but I couldn't. The part of me trained to listen, to respond, was too strong. Who are you? I whispered. Static, long, crawling static that seemed to stretch the seconds into hours. And then, finally, you're mine. The words were so soft, I almost didn't hear them. But I did. Every nerve in my body screamed. My pulse raced. My vision narrowed. My world shrank to the sound of that voice, echoing in the empty room. I slammed the phone down. My hands were shaking so hard, I couldn't catch my own breath. I wanted to run, to escape, but the doors were too far. My office, my safe place, had become a cage, and I realized with a cold, sinking dread that this wasn't just a call. It was a warning. Somewhere, somehow, someone had been inside my home, watching, waiting, and they had the phone. They had me. I sank back into the chair, staring at the glowing screen. The line was silent now. The unknown number staring back at me, mocking me, daring me to do something. Anything. I don't know how long I sat there. Minutes, hours, it didn't matter. Time lost all meaning. All that mattered was the sound of my own heartbeat, hammering in my ears, and the knowledge that I was not alone. Not really. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the phone stopped ringing. The line went dead. The room fell silent, except for the faint hum of the lights above. I stared at the phone, willing it to ring again, knowing deep down that it would. That this thing wasn't done with me. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even close my eyes. I just sat there, watching, listening, waiting for the next call, waiting for the voice that promised it was inside my home, waiting for the thing that had found me, had traced me, had somehow crossed the miles to make me feel terrified in ways I never knew were possible. And I knew in that quiet, suffocating night that the worst was only beginning. I thought the night before had been the worst. I thought nothing could be worse than hearing a voice claim it was inside my home. But I was wrong. The next call came just after 3 a.m. The dispatch room was empty, save for the hum of the computers and the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights. My fingers hovered over the headset, shaking even before I picked it up, and then the line clicked, and I heard it again, soft, distorted, deliberate. Do you remember the summer of '08? My stomach dropped. I stiffened in my chair, the words hitting me like a punch. Nobody knew about that summer. Nobody. Not the co-workers, not the friends, not even my parents. And yet, this voice, this impossible, horrible voice, knew. I swallowed, trying to steady my breathing. What do you mean? I whispered, almost to myself. There was a pause, just long enough for my imagination to fill the space with my own dread. Then the voice came again. You were at the lake. You remember the dock, the old wooden planks? The one that creaked if you stepped too hard. I felt my hands go cold. My mind raced, unwilling to believe, yet unable to deny the images flashing behind my eyelids. The smell of water, the late summer sun on my skin, the way the boards had grown under my weight. Memories I thought buried, private, lost to time. And now someone, or something, was dredging them up. I don't understand, I said, my voice trembling. I tried to keep it steady, professional. I always prided myself on remaining calm on the line. But that was before this. Before it, the voice laughed softly. A low, wet sound that made my skin crawl. You hit it well, but I remember. You remember too, don't you? I forced my mind to focus, to push back the rising panic. But the images wouldn't stop. The long evenings by the water, the way my father's old boat swayed, the summer I almost drowned when I was 7, the fear, the shame, the secrets I thought I had buried, all of it spilling out like water from a cracked dam. I don't know who you are, I said, almost pleading now. My fingers gripped the headset, so tight it left marks. How do you know this? The line crackled, static dancing in my ears. And then the voice, soft and coaxing, like a predator circling its prey. Do you remember the smell of your mother's kitchen? The way she used to bake bread on Sundays? The butter melting on the counter? The sound of her humming? I pressed my palms to my face, trying to stop the memories. I could almost taste it. The warmth, the smell, the quiet, comforting hum. And yet, the fear clawed through it, twisting every memory into something sinister. How could someone know this? How could anyone know these small, intimate pieces of me? I don't know what you want, I said, my voice shaking. I could feel the blood draining from my face, my stomach twisting into knots. You know, the voice said, calm now. Too calm, like it had been waiting for me to admit it. I know everything you try to hide. The corners of your mind where you think no one can reach. The memories you buried under laughter, under smiles. I see them all. I dropped the headset onto the desk, but the voice didn't stop. It seemed to crawl through the room, filling every inch, every shadow. Do you remember the attic? The box with the old photographs? The ones you hid because you thought no one would ever find them? I felt the panic rise like bile in my throat. My apartment, my life, every private corner I had ever created seemed suddenly exposed. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to leave, to run, to escape, but I was frozen. Frozen by the realization that this thing, whatever it was, didn't just have access to my home. It had access to my mind, to my memories, to my fear. I think you have the wrong number. I stammered, tried to regain some sense of control, some rational explanation, but I didn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it, but the voice had touched something deep inside me, and I couldn't deny it. Wrong number? The voice repeated, almost amused. No, this is exactly the number. And I've waited a long time for this moment. For you. I pressed my forehead against the desk, heart hammering, mind racing. How could it know my name, my history, my fears? Who or what was this? And why me? You think you're alone, the voice whispered. But you've never been alone. Not really. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream. I wanted to end the call, smash the phone, run out of the building into the empty streets. But I couldn't. There was a part of me, deep inside, that was forced to listen, forced to obey, even as my rational mind screamed at me to run. You hid the letters, the voice said next. The ones you wrote at 14, that you swore no one would ever read. The ones you burned in the backyard. I have them. I read them. Every word. I felt my knees go weak. I had burned those letters in a fit of shame years ago. No one had ever seen them. No one. And yet, here it was, reciting them back to me. Every secret, every shame, every memory I had tried to erase, laid bare. You can't hide from me, the voice continued, patient now, like it was savoring my fear. Not in your apartment, not in your mind, not in your sleep. I'm always here, waiting. I could barely breathe. My chest tightened with each word, and then the voice lowered, softer, intimate, like it was leaning into my ear. Do you remember the tree outside your childhood window? The one you carved your initials into with a pocket knife? You loved that tree. You feared it too. I know how you felt when the storm knocked it down. I felt your loss. Tears blurred my vision. My hand shook uncontrollably. The memories weren't just memories anymore. They were claws, scratching at my mind, tearing through the safety I had built for myself. This was no prank, no hacker. This was something else, something older, something patient, something that had been watching, waiting, learning me. I started, but the words caught in my throat. I couldn't find my voice. I couldn't summon the courage to speak. I just sat there, trembling, listening as it continued. You remember the scar on your knee from the fall in 3rd grade? The one your mother kissed better and promised you would never be afraid again? I remember. I've always remembered. It felt like my chest was collapsing. The air in the room seemed thinner, harder to breathe. I wanted to claw my way out of the chair, to leave the station, to escape this voice that had invaded the most intimate corners of my life. But I was trapped in my own mind, with a voice that knew me better than I knew myself. I'm inside your thoughts now, it said, almost gently, almost lovingly. And soon, I'll be inside your home again. Do you understand? I wanted to deny it. I wanted to fight it. But deep down in the marrow of my bones, I knew it was true. And the worst part, I didn't know if I wanted to run. Because somewhere, beneath the fear, a terrible, twisted part of me wanted to hear what would say next. I sat there, silent, trembling, staring at the phone, staring at the line that had no name, no origin, no escape. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that this night would never end, that the voice would return, that it would continue to peel away the layers of my life, my memories, my very mind. And I, powerless and terrified, would have no choice but to listen. I woke to the sound of something scratching. At first, I thought it was my imagination. The dispatch room was silent, save for the low hum of computers and the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. But then I heard it again, a deliberate, steady scraping, coming from somewhere close, somewhere inside. My heart hitched in my chest. I froze, straining to listen. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried an intent I couldn't ignore. I tried to convince myself it was the building settling. Old pipes, creaking floorboards, rats in the walls. Anything, really, anything but what I was beginning to fear. I shook my head and rubbed my eyes, trying to push the panic down. I'd been losing too many hours of sleep, living on coffee and adrenaline. But even tired, even exhausted, my instincts screamed that this was different. This was not something ordinary. By the time I got home, my apartment was quiet. Too quiet. I flicked on the lights, my fingers trembling against the switch, expecting, dreading what I might find. The air smelled the same, a little musty, a little stale, the ordinary smell of a place lived in. And yet, something felt off. The first thing I noticed were the scratches. At first, I thought it was just marks in the paint, something I had missed. But as I drew closer, my blood ran cold. The scratches were new, deep, deliberate, and they weren't random. They spelled words. Words I couldn't ignore. Don't sleep. I stumbled back, my hand flying to my mouth. The letters were jagged, uneven, almost frantic, as if whoever or whatever had done it wanted me to see them immediately. My apartment was small, the walls familiar. I had lived here for years. I knew every corner, every crack, every imperfection. And yet, these scratches, they weren't mine. They hadn't been there yesterday. I want to call someone. The police, a friend, anyone. But my fingers shook too hard to even lift the phone. I could feel the cold creeping along my spine, climbing into my chest, making it hard to breathe. Then I noticed more. Scratches along the hallway wall. This time, longer words, written in the same jagged hand. I see you, the voice from the calls, the memories, the knowledge. It wasn't just a voice anymore. It had a presence, a way of reaching into my life, into my apartment, into the places I thought were mine. I pressed my palm to the wall, tracing the letters with trembling fingers. They felt rough under my skin, like they had been clawed into the paint, raw and real. My mind raced. How had this happened? I lived alone. Nobody had a key. Nobody had ever been able to. I turned slowly toward the living room, heart hammering. And then I saw it, more scratches. This time, a sentence stretched across the wall above the sofa. Large, bold, terrifyingly clear. You can't hide. I stumbled back, my breath coming in short, ragged bursts. My head spun. My apartment, my safe space, had become a cage. And the cage was alive. It was speaking to me, warning me, taunting me. I thought about the calls, the memories, the letters, the lake, the kitchen, the tree, every secret, every shame, every hidden corner of my mind had been exposed. And now it had moved from my mind to my walls, marking its territory, claiming its presence. I sank to the floor, my back against the door, hands over my face. I couldn't think straight. I couldn't reason. The scratches were a language I didn't want to understand, but I did. I understood perfectly. And that understanding made me feel small, helpless, completely and utterly exposed. And then I noticed something else. Something worse. The scratches were changing. Or maybe they had always been like this. And I had only just noticed. But the words were moving. Not physically, but in my mind, in the way my eyes traced them. Each time I blinked, the letters seemed to shift, rearranging themselves, spelling new warnings. Don't look away. I froze. My eyes darted around the room, trying to catch the letters in their new formation. My apartment felt alive now, breathing, watching, knowing. I wanted to scream. I wanted to destroy everything, burn the walls, erase the words, escape. But I was trapped in a place I'd always considered safe, now made foreign by these markings. The scratching began again, soft at first, then growing louder, closer. I could hear behind me, along the walls, like fingernails dragging across skin. My pulse raced. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I could only sit there, paralyzed, listening to the sound that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. And then the words change again. You belong to me. I screamed, not a loud, controlled scream, a raw, animal scream, the kind that tears out of you when fear becomes more than your mind can hold. My hands clawed at the walls, tried to rub the letters out, but the scratches were permanent, jagged into the plaster, mocking me, daring me to erase them. Tears stung my eyes. I could barely breathe. The room seemed to close in around me. Every shadow felt like a presence. Every corner felt like it was watching, waiting, and in the back of my mind, the calls whispered again, the distorted voice speaking words I could unhear. I see you. I know you. You can't hide. I curled into myself on the floor, rocking slightly, trying to calm the panic that had overtaken my body. But it didn't stop. The scratching didn't stop. The letters didn't stop. I could feel the apartment breathing around me, alive with intention, alive with malice. I wanted to call someone. I wanted to leave. I wanted to do anything. But I couldn't. My phone lay on the desk, useless. The words on the wall were all the warning I needed, all the proof I needed that this thing, this presence, had crossed a line I couldn't even comprehend. I remembered the first call, the first words. I'm inside. I had laughed, thought it was a prank, thought I could reason with it, thought I could ignore it. But the scratches proved otherwise. It hadn't just been inside my mind. It had been inside my home, and it had left a mark, a permanent, undeniable mark. I pressed my face to the wall, feeling the rough plaster beneath my cheek. I could hear the scratching again, soft now, almost intimate, almost like it was whispering. I didn't want to know what it was saying, but part of me had to know. part of me was drawn to it, as if the fear itself had a magnetic pull. The letters shifted again, this time in a language I almost didn't recognize. Jagged lines and scratches forming symbols that made no sense, and yet made all the sense in the world. They were warnings, threats, promises. Every instinct in me screamed to leave, to destroy, to erase, to forget. But I couldn't. I was trapped in my own home, with words that had become alive, with a presence that had stepped beyond the line between the physical and the psychological. And then I noticed the smallest detail, the thing that made the blood drain from my face. The scratches weren't just on the walls anymore. They were appearing elsewhere, on the window frame, on the inside of the door, on the edge of the counter, in the kitchen. Wherever I looked, the marks were there, spreading, claiming, taunting. I stumbled backward, feeling the apartment close in around me. The air was thick, heavy, almost wet. My chest heaved as I tried to breathe, tried to reason, tried to convince myself that I wasn't losing my mind. But the scratches, the marks, the words, they were too real, too deliberate, too impossible to ignore. I sank to the floor again, tears streaming, hands shaking, staring at the jagged letters that now seemed to crawl along the walls with every blink. The scratches whispered, promised, warned, and I knew with a sinking certainty that they would not stop, that I would not stop, that the presence that had marked my walls had marked me, had found me, and would not leave me alone. And I realized something even worse. This was just the beginning. I woke in the middle of the night to a feeling I had hoped I would never know again. A presence, not imagined, not a trick of the mind, real, undeniable, pressing down on me like a weight I couldn't move. At first, I thought it was a dream. The darkness pressed close to the ceiling, pooling in corners, curling along the walls, and I lay there, frozen, trying to convince myself that it was just shadows, just an ordinary quiet of a city apartment at 3 a.m. But then I heard it, the faintest sound, a scrape, a shuffle, a whisper of movement somewhere in the living room. My body stiffened. My eyes shot open. I wanted to tell myself I was imagining it, but even as I lay there, I could feel it, the unmistakable heat of awareness, the sense of being watched. I reached out slowly, my fingers brushing against the sheets, trying to find a phone on the nightstand. My hand shook so badly, I almost dropped it. I wanted to turn on the light, but my mind screamed that I shouldn't. That light would betray nothing, because this presence didn't rely on sight. It knew I was awake. I could feel it in the room, in the silence between the beat of my heart. I told myself to breathe, to calm down. Logical explanations. Maybe a raccoon on the balcony. Maybe a neighbor moving furniture. But the fear didn't loosen its grip. The rational part of my mind whispered, it's just nerves. It's just stress. But the instinctive part, the part of me that had survived years of solitude, of long nights on the dispatch line, screamed, no, something is here. I lay perfectly still listening. The scrape again. Soft, deliberate, closer this time. Something moved across the living room floor, careful, precise, as if aware of my attention. My chest tightened, throat dry, sweat prickling my skin. Every instinct told me to run, to hide, to throw myself out the window if I had to. But I couldn't move. I couldn't. My body refused. I was trapped in my own bed, caught in the invisible claws of something inside my home. I remembered the scratches, the walls, the warnings, the words that had spoken to me, carved into plaster, telling me I couldn't hide. You belong to me. They weren't just marks. They were promises. And now I knew what they meant. The darkness in my apartment seemed to breathe. Shadows twisted along the walls, stretching and twisting as though alive, reaching toward me. And I knew, somehow, that one of those shadows was watching me, waiting, patient, hungry. I wanted to turn on the light. I wanted to scream. But I didn't, because something deep inside me, something primal, whispered that light would do nothing, that screaming would do nothing, that this presence, whatever it was, wasn't here for sound or sight. It was here for me. A floorboard creaked in the living room. Another, and then I heard a faint, wet rasp, like fingernails dragging across something soft. My stomach twisted. I felt bile rising. I wanted to throw up, to get out, to run, but my muscles refused to cooperate. I realized then that it had been inside my home before I went to bed. Maybe it had been there all day, moving quietly while I occupied other rooms, invisible. I thought about my apartment, the windows, the locks, every measure I had taken to feel safe, every habit I had relied on, all meaningless now. It's impossible to describe the feeling of knowing someone is there while you cannot see them. It's not just fear, it's exposure, vulnerability, the sense that every thought, every secret, every inch of you is open. I felt my heart racing, pulse thrumming in my ears, my skin prickling as though the air itself was electric with attention. Then it moved closer. The air shifted. The mattress dipped slightly, as though a weight pressed against the floor beside my bed. Just beyond the edge of my vision, my breath hitched. I didn't move. I couldn't. I felt like a child again, trapped under the bed with monsters I told myself didn't exist. Only this time, the monster was real. You're awake. The voice soft, rasping, impossibly close. Not over the phone, not in memory, but here, inside my room, inside my home, inside my space. I wanted to pull the sheets over my head. I wanted to pretend I couldn't hear it, but I could. Every word scraped across my mind like broken glass. I see you. My body trembled. I wanted to bolt, to run, to do anything, but my legs felt cemented, my arms heavy, my mind caught in the static between disbelief and terror. The presence waited, patient, silent, letting me stew in my fear before pressing again. You've tried to hide, tried to forget, tried to sleep, but I'm here, always here. I could feel it moving, not across the floor this time, not audible, but like a pressure shifting through the darkness. I could sense it on the other side of the bed, along the wall, in the shadows stretching toward the window. And the worst part was knowing it wasn't bound by walls or doors or locks. It didn't need to be seen. It simply was. I thought about calling 911. My fingers twitched, reaching for phone on the nightstand. But I didn't, because I knew that by the time help came, it would be gone, or worse, waiting. It thrived on fear, on isolation. It was patient, endless, and it didn't need to move fast. A soft scrape, and I felt the bed shift slightly. Not enough to topple me, just enough to remind me I wasn't alone. I wanted to curl into myself, to make myself small, to disappear under the sheets. I tried, but it was no use. This presence had already claimed my attention, my mind, my space. I remembered the walls, the scratches, the words, the marks that had seemed alive. They weren't warnings anymore. They were instructions, directions, proof that whatever this was, it had not only entered my home, but it claimed it. And me. Look at me. The voice low, rasping, commanding. I could feel it pressing on me from every direction. My eyes, wide and unblinking, scanned the darkness, searching for a shape, a shadow, anything. But there was nothing, only the pressure, the knowing, the feeling of being seen from every angle at once. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. I wanted to do anything. But I couldn't. My body refused. My mind refused. My soul felt suspended in some in-between state of terror and paralysis. Then I noticed a detail that made my blood run cold. The shadows on the walls, they weren't entirely shadows. They moved subtly, stretching in impossible ways, coiling, leaning toward me, but always out of the corner of my eye. When I tried to look directly, they froze, indifferent, mocking. But I knew they weren't ordinary. The presence shifted again, closer. I could feel it brush against the edge of my awareness. So close it felt like it might be breathing on my skin. I wanted to fight, to push back, to stand, but my legs refused. My voice refused. My entire body was hostage to the terror that had claimed me. "You can't sleep," it whispered. "Not tonight. Not ever. I'm inside, watching, waiting." The words didn't just echo in my ears. They sank into my chest, my bones, my blood. I felt them settle in my veins, making my limbs heavy, my heart pound faster, my mind spiral. Sleep, that small comfort I had relied on, had been stolen. I lay there wide-eyed, shivering, listening to the faint sound of movement. It didn't need to make a noise for me to know it was there. I could sense it in the room, in the air, in the darkness pressed against my eyes, in the space between my thoughts. And I realized the truth. I was not alone. I had never been alone. And whatever this was, whatever had traced my memories, carved its marks into my walls, invaded my apartment. It was patient, unrelenting, and it was waiting for me to understand just how powerless I truly was. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every creak, every whisper, every impossible shadow reminded me that I was being watched, that this presence had not just entered my home, it had entered my life, my mind, my most private corners. And when the first light of dawn finally seeped into the apartment, gray and tentative, I still didn't move. I couldn't, because I knew it hadn't left. And I knew with a sinking, suffocating certainty that it would return the moment darkness fell again. And I would be waiting, trapped, knowing, powerless, as it watched in the dark. The phone went dead. I remember the moment with a clarity that still makes my chest tighten. 1 second the line was alive, buzzing with static and whispered threats, with memories dragged out of my mind and thrown at me like stones. The next, silence. Total, suffocating silence. I should have felt relief. I wanted to feel relief. But I didn't, because silence never truly returned. I lay on the floor of my apartment, back pressed against the wall, staring at the dead phone. The numbers glowed faintly in the darkness, as if mocking me, daring me to pick up again. But the terror wasn't in the phone anymore. It wasn't in the line. It was behind me, always behind me. I could feel it there, even in the dead quiet. A weight in the air, a presence pressing close, a shadow that didn't belong to any corner, any object, any shape I recognized. It waited, patient, relentless, hunger hiding behind its silence. I tried to move, tried to get to my feet, but my legs refused. My chest heaved, my throat raw, my hands trembling. I had spent nights imagining this, visualizing it, waking up to the presence of someone inside my home. Scratches on the walls, whispers in the dark. But now that it was here, fully, undeniably, the panic was different, sharp, real, unforgiving. The shadows shifted. Not a shape, not a figure, not a form I could name. Just darkness that moved, creeping along the edge of my vision, pulling in places where no light fell. And I could feel it watching. Feeling its attention was worse than any scream, worse than any noise. The sense of being observed, of being known, wrapped itself around me like a second skin. I thought about running, thought about screaming, thought about doing anything that could break the tension. But I didn't. My body wouldn't respond. My mind was already scattered, fragmented by days and nights of calls, scratches, and shadows. I could only stay, frozen, hoping that maybe, somehow it would pass. It didn't. I felt the air shift behind me, a subtle ripple, like a breath that didn't belong to me. My heart jumped. My fingers dug into carpet and my mouth opened to scream, but no sound came. Silence had weight. Silence had teeth. Silence was worse than any voice. You think it's over? The voice, low, rasping, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Not from the phone, not from the walls, not even from the shadow. It was in my head, inside my blood, curling around my thoughts, bending them, twisting them. I couldn't answer. I couldn't even form words. I could only hear, only feel, only tremble as the presence drew closer. The shadow loomed now, a massive impossibility that pressed at the edges of my vision, making the familiar corners of my apartment feel alien. I could sense it standing behind me, watching me, waiting, and with it came a cold certainty. The terror wasn't over. It would never be over. I thought about the walls, the scratches, the messages carved into my home like permanent warnings. Don't sleep. You belong to me. You can't hide. I had read them in the daytime, in the light. Try to convince myself that they were marks, that they were letters, that they were just something physical. But now, In the presence of the shadow, they felt alive. Hungry. Part of the same being that it entered my life and refused to leave. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my racing heart. My fingers grazed the edge of the nightstand, searching for phone, the only tether to the world outside this growing nightmare. But the screen was dark, dead. The line was dead. And even if I called, I knew it wouldn't matter. It didn't need a phone to reach me anymore. I remembered the calls. The memories dragged out of me. The lake, the tree, the attic, the letters I had burned, the scars I had hidden, the moments I had tried to forget, all of it known, all of it used, all of it feeding the presence behind me now. I wanted to turn, to face it, but I couldn't. I couldn't even move. My entire body had been reduced to a trembling heap, my mind suspended between denial and terror. And in that paralysis, I realized the cruelest truth. The shadow didn't need to touch me. The shadow didn't need to speak. Its mere existence, its mere attention, was enough to unmake me. I tried to breathe. Shallow breaths that barely passed my lips. My mind scrambled for logic, for reason, for solution. Locks, doors, windows. I had done everything right. And yet, here it was, invading my home, my space, my life. The rules of reality felt meaningless. The shadow shifted again, subtly, almost imperceptibly. But I felt it. I felt it. And then I heard the faintest scrape, like nails across plaster, coming from somewhere in the apartment I couldn't identify. The sound was soft, deliberate, intentional, and it made me realize something I had been terrified to admit. It could move freely in the dark. It could pass through walls, corners, and air as if they were nothing. My home wasn't a barrier. It was a stage, and I was the main act. I wanted to scream. I wanted to fight. I wanted to burn everything, leave, disappear. But even the thought of movement felt dangerous. The presence seemed to notice, seemed to anticipate. Every flutter of my pulse, every shift in my breathing, was met with a response subtle but undeniable. I was prey in a cage of shadows, observed from angles I couldn't comprehend. I thought about the first scratches, the warnings, the messages etched into the walls. Don't sleep. I see you. You can't hide. Each one had been a prelude. Each one had been a rehearsal for this moment. And now the shadow had arrived, fully, impossibly, unrelentingly. I forced my gaze toward the ceiling, trying to anchor myself, try to remind myself that the world outside my apartment still existed. The sun would rise. People would move. There were rules, laws, ordinary things that govern life. But none of that mattered. None of it could touch what was behind me, what was in my apartment, what had claimed my home. A cold brush of air grazed my cheek. Not a draft, not a breeze. Something deliberate, something moving, something there. My stomach twisted, my limbs stiffened, and I realized that the shadow was close enough to feel, close enough to sense, close enough to make me know, with every nerve in my body, that I was not alone. You will never be safe, it whispered, not through a phone, not through walls, not as a voice coming from a distance, but directly inside me, inside my skull, inside my consciousness. A rasping, intimate, impossible knowledge of me, of everything I was and everything I thought I hid. I tried to resist, tried to deny it, tried to move, but the shadow was patient. It had all the time in the world, and it didn't need to hurry. My fear was enough to keep me captive. My mind was already bending under the weight of it. I thought of the scratches, of the words, of the presence I had felt since the first call. All the warnings, all the signs, all the memory. It was no longer an abstract terror. It had become tangible. I could feel it in the air, in the walls, in the shadows pressing close, just out of focus, just out of reach. And then in the thick, suffocating silence, I heard it again, a faint scrape along the floor, coming from somewhere I couldn't locate, and I understood with a cold, sinking certainty that this was not a game, this was not a warning, this was ownership, a claim, and there was no escaping it. I wanted to run, to scream, to throw myself into the streets and never look back, but I couldn't. My body refused. My mind was shattered. My soul, if it still existed, had been bent into the shape of terror, molded by the presence behind me. And so I lay there, trembling, listening to the silence that was not silence, feeling the shadow that crossed every boundary, entered every corner, consumed every measure of safety I tried to maintain. I realized then that the line going dead had meant nothing. It had never mattered. The terror had already arrived. The presence had already claimed me. And silence, true silence, would never return. I don't know how long I lay there. Hours, minutes, a lifetime. It didn't matter. All that mattered was the shadow, the weight, the knowing. All that mattered was that it was there, and it was patient, and it would wait as long as it needed. And I, helpless and trembling, had no choice but to endure it, to feel it, to exist in the same space as something that had transcended the ordinary rules of reality, something that had no intention of leaving, something that was finally, fully, inside my home, inside my life, inside me. And I knew, with a certainty that would never leave me, that the terror was far from over. The factory never really slept. Not completely. Even when the last shifts ended and the gates were locked, when the smell of oil and rust settled thick on the air, the building seemed to hum. I always told myself it was just the wind through the broken windows, the pipes settling, the old motors cooling down. But tonight was different. I had the midnight shift, the kind where the world outside disappears in the darkness, and all you have is the steady rhythm of your own footsteps and the occasional drip of water from a leaky ceiling. Most of the time, I liked it. The factory felt empty, but honest. The machine silent. The metal and concrete familiar beneath my hands. Alone, yes, but safe. At least, I thought I was. I rounded the corner past the old assembly line, the one where the press machines had stopped decades ago, their gears frozen and coated in dust. The smell of iron hung heavy in the air. I ran a hand along the railing, feeling the cold bite of rust, and that's when I heard it. A hum, low, mechanical, almost imperceptible. I froze, listening. My heart skipped a beat. Machines don't run themselves. I told myself, not here, not in this part of the factory that hasn't had power for years. The hum grew louder, deeper, resonating to the concrete floor, into my boots, into my bones. I turned slowly, eyes scanning the shadows. Everything looked the same. The conveyor belt sat still, the press is idle. Nothing should move. Nothing should make a sound. And then I saw it. Or maybe I didn't. A faint glow flickered behind the old control panel. A pulse of light, almost imperceptible, like the blink of an eye. I held my breath. My palms were sweating, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Whoever or whatever it was, it wasn't supposed to be here. I took a cautious step forward. The floor groaned under my weight. The hum became clearer. Not a hum from a generator. Not the steady drone of a fan. No, this was alive. Deliberate. Rhythmic. As if something were breathing through the machines themselves. I reached the control panel, heart hammering. The glow disappeared the moment I got close. Just a flicker. A trick of the eye. I told myself. The rational part of my brain tried to settle me. Old wiring, maybe. A flashlight from a passing security guard. Anything logical. But it didn't fit. None of it did. Then the sound started. Clicking, metallic scraping. Like gears grinding together. I spun around, searching for a source. My flashlight swept across the empty machinery. Nothing moved. Nothing should be moving. And yet the sound persisted. Echoing. Repeating. Somewhere deep in the factory, where the darkness felt almost viscous, like it could swallow you whole. I walked toward the main assembly hall. The floorboards were warped, twisted, groaning under each step. And then I saw the machines. Not all of them. Just one. A press machine I knew had been dead for years. The paint chipped, the metal dull. The switch box rusted shut. But the press moved. Slowly. The gears turning, grinding with a metallic screech that made my stomach flip. I stumbled back, fumbling for the flashlight. The beam trembled in my hand. The machine continued unaffected, like it didn't notice me at all. I wanted to call out. I wanted to run. I wanted to convince myself this was impossible, but my voice caught in my throat, and then I heard it. A voice. Whispered. Mechanical. Almost like the factory itself was speaking. Do you see me? I spun, flashlight swinging, but the hall was empty. Shadows clung to the corners like cobwebs. The machine stood frozen again, lifeless. I shook my head, trying to clear it, trying to tell myself I was imagining things. But the air felt charged, electric, alive, watching. I moved toward the machine again. Drawn like a moth to a flame, I didn't want to burn myself on. The gears had stopped. The glow was gone. But the sense of presence remained. Heavy, immense, like the walls themselves had grown eyes. Then the clicking started again, soft at first, then louder. It didn't come from the press. It didn't come from the ceiling or the floor. It came from everywhere. The factory itself had become an instrument. Each shadow, each rusted pipe, each dangling chain part of a symphony that was just for me. I swallowed hard. My throat was dry. My flashlight shook. I told myself I could leave, that I could step back into the cold night, into the safety of the parking lot, and forget this. But something rooted me there. Curiosity, fear, something darker I didn't recognize. Something that made me inch closer despite knowing I shouldn't. The machine groaned again, low and heavy, like it was stretching after a long sleep. I could hear metal screech against metal. The smell of burning oil filled my nose. And then I saw them. The shadows moving along the floor, shifting unnaturally, slipping over the surfaces of machines, like liquid darkness with purpose. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. I tripped over a cable and fell hard, the flashlight spinning across the floor. Its beam landed on the control panel, and that's when I saw it. Marks, fresh marks, etched into the metal like fingernails scraping against steel. Symbols I didn't recognize, patterns that didn't belong. And beneath them, a message short, simple, horrifying. You're not alone. I scrambled to my feet, the cold sweat running down my back. My hands gripped the flashlight. So hard it hurt. My mind screamed at me to leave, to run, to get out. But the factory had other plans. The shadows shifted closer. The hum of the machines rose again. The press groaned once more, as if acknowledging me, as if alive. I could feel eyes on me. Not human eyes. Not anywhere I could see. But I felt them. Everywhere. Heavy, patient, unblinking. Watching. Waiting. I ran. My boots pounded the concrete, echoing through the empty halls. The machine seemed to chase me, each gear clanging in rhythm with my heartbeat. The shadows shifted around me, always at the edge of my vision, always moving, always present. I reached the main exit, but the doors wouldn't budge. Locked. Stuck. The windows were dark, too high to reach. I was trapped, surrounded by machines that shouldn't work, by shadows that shouldn't exist, by a presence I couldn't name. The whisper came again, close, so close I could feel the vibration in my chest. Do you see me? I screamed. The sound bounced off the concrete, swallowed by the darkness, meaningless. And then the factory fell silent. So silent it hurt my ears, like my own heartbeat had been amplified, like the air itself was pressing against my skull. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. And then, just before dawn, the machinery stopped. The hum faded. The shadows dissolved into the corners. The marks on the metal were gone, as if they had never been there. Only the lingering smell of oil, of iron, and of fear remained. I left the factory before the sun rose. My boots scuffed against the pavement, my chest heaving, eyes darting to every shadow. Every instinct screamed that I shouldn't go back, that I would never be the same again, that the factory, alive in ways I couldn't understand, had claimed something of me that night. I keep thinking about the hum, the shadows, the press moving as if it had a will of its own, and the whisper, that single phrase, repeated in my mind over and over. You're not alone. I try to rationalize it. A trick of the mind, exhaustion, stress, the chemicals in the old factory walls. But deep down I know the machines weren't supposed to run. I know the shadows weren't supposed to move. I know that presence, whatever it was still there waiting, patient, watching. And I know, no matter how many nights I spend trying to forget, the factory is still alive, still listening, still calling. The factory didn't rest after midnight. Not really. Even when I left it for a few hours, even when the streets outside were empty and silent, I could feel it pulsing alive, waiting for me to return. I told myself it was paranoia, that the empty hallways, the rusted machines, the faint echoes I heard, were just tricks of an overworked mind. But that night, I learned otherwise. I returned after a long day, the sun gone, replaced by streetlights that barely touched the parking lot. My boots echoed against the concrete floor as I crossed the threshold. The smell hit me first, oil, rust, something metallic I couldn't name. The familiar scent used to comfort me. Tonight, it felt like a warning. I walked past the assembly line, the long conveyor belt stretching into shadows, so deep they seemed to swallow the light. I kept my flashlight steady, the beam slicing through darkness that felt almost liquid, and that's when I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing along the conveyor belt. I froze. My heart thudded in my chest. The sound was unmistakable. Heavy boots, metal soles scraping against the worn concrete. Someone, or something, was moving along the hall. Someone was walking where no one should be. I called out, my voice catching in my throat. Hello. Nothing. Just the echo of my own words bouncing off the walls. The footsteps continued. Slow, methodical, almost deliberate. Step, step, step. I told myself it had to be a rat, a security guard, anything logical. My brain grasped for reason while my body screamed the truth. I was alone. And yet, the sound persisted. They were too steady, too measured, too human. I followed the echoes, flashlight leading the way. The light caught glimpses of machinery. The presses, the conveyors, the rusted arms of machines frozen mid-motion. Everything looked dead, abandoned, silent. And yet, the factory felt crowded, alive with invisible workers. Step, step, step. I turned a corner. Nothing. Empty conveyor belts stretched into the darkness. My breathing quickened. My palms were slick against the flashlight. I tried to convince myself I had imagined it. My ears were playing tricks. Stress, exhaustion, that had to be it. And then the sound changed. Faint voices, indistinct at first, whispers like a crowd murmuring in another room. The voices rose and fell with the echoes of the footsteps. I froze, heart hammering. They weren't saying words I could understand, just sounds, moans of labor, the metallic clanging of tools that weren't there, the faintest of steam from pipes long dead. I stepped closer to the conveyor. The flashlight trembled in my hand. The closer I got, the louder the echoes became. The voices blended with the footsteps, forming a rhythm, a cadence, like a factory alive with workers who didn't exist. I swallowed hard, trying to keep calm. My fingers traced the edge of the belt. Cold, solid, empty. Nothing moved. Nothing could move. And yet, I could hear it all. Step, step, step. Voices. Clanging. There were machines that had been silent for decades. My skin crawled. My stomach twisted. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run. But something kept me rooted there. Fear, yes, but also curiosity, the need to understand what my mind refused to explain. I followed the sound down the main hall. The echoes grew sharper, clearer. Now I could hear the rhythm of a hammer on metal, the scrape of belts, the shuffle of boots on concrete. Every sound was familiar, intimate, as if the factory itself remembered a life I had never seen, a life I was never part of. Step, step, step. The conveyor belt ahead creaked as though underweight. My flashlight caught movement, or I thought it did. Shadows shifted along the edge of the machinery. Liquid shapes that vanished when I focused on them. My pulse raced. I wanted to scream. I wanted to bolt, but I couldn't. My body refused. The voices became clearer. I could make out the rhythm of work. Commands shouted, tools clanging, orders repeated. And then a single word, clearer than the rest, whispered across the hall. Over time, I froze. The word was human, distinct, spoken in a tone I had never heard, yet it resonated deep in my chest. Whoever or whatever had made it, it was calling me, beckoning me forward, drawing me into the shadows. Step, step, step. I turned another corner. The air grew thick. The smell of oil intensified. It wasn't just the old factory now. It was a factory alive, watching, waiting. The footsteps were all around me, circling, echoing from places I knew should be empty. My ears strained to locate them. My mind refused. I felt a brush against my arm. Not real, I told myself, but the skin crawled. I spun around, flashlight swinging, and caught nothing. Only darkness. Only conveyor belts stretching endlessly into shadows. Only the echoes of work that had ceased years ago. I realized then that the factory remembered. It remembered every worker, every sound, every moment of labor. And somehow, tonight, it had decided I should hear it, should feel it, should know it. Step, step, step. Voices, clang, hiss, shuffle. The echo of a hammer fell directly in front of me. My flashlight caught a faint glint of metal along the edge of the belt. I leaned closer. Nothing. The belt was empty, silent, solid, and yet I could still hear the hammer, still hear the shuffle of boots, still feel the weight of invisible bodies moving through the hall. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run. I wanted to abandon the factory forever. But I couldn't. Not yet. Something kept me there. Something deep and terrible that demanded I understand. That demanded I see. That demanded I feel. Step, step, step. Voices. Commands. The hiss of a steam valve that had long rusted shut. The press groaning under weight it should never bear. I couldn't tell if the sounds were behind me, ahead of me, or all around me. The factory had become a maze of echoes, shadows, and impossible noises. And then silence. I froze. My breath caught. My ears strained. The darkness pressed close, but the echoes had vanished. Just me, the conveyor belts, the empty machines, and the memory of sound, still alive in my mind, still crawling under my skin. I took a step forward. The silence shifted. Almost a whisper, a sigh, a warning carried on the stale air. My flashlight beam caught the end of the conveyor belt. Something moved, or appeared. A shadow, maybe, or the memory of one. It didn't matter. I felt it watching, waiting, breathing. Step, step, step. The echoes returned, fainter now, drifting from the corners of the factory like smoke. The voices were gone. Only the rhythm of labor remained. The imprint of work left behind in the bones of the building. I realized I could never truly leave. I could walk out of the factory, step into the night, and never look back. But the footsteps would remain. The echoes would follow me, settle in the corners of my mind, haunt the silence of my apartment, replaying themselves endlessly. I pressed my hand to the conveyor belt. Cold, solid, immovable, but it felt alive. I could feel the energy of decades of labor, of sweat, of metal grinding, of lives spent in the rhythm of work that no longer existed. The factory had remembered me, and it wanted me to remember it. Step, step, step. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I didn't call for help. I couldn't. My body was anchored by the knowledge that the factory, though abandoned, was not empty, that its memory had become flesh, shadow, sound, that I had walked into something I didn't understand and couldn't leave. The footsteps faded once more. I took a hesitant step back. The conveyor belt stretched into the darkness, motionless again. The smell of oil hung thick, metallic, and sweet. My flashlight trembled in my hands, casting long shadows that danced like the workers I had never seen. I left the factory hours later, stepping into the dawn with ears ringing and heart pounding. The echoes followed me, faint at first, then insistent, weaving into the background of the waking world. And I knew, as I looked back at the rusted gates, that the factory had not released me. It never would. I could leave the building. I could step into sunlight. I could even tell people what I had heard. But the echoes, the footsteps, they would always follow. A factory alive with memories, with shadows, with work that had never stopped. And me, walking out of it, carrying all of it inside my head. I will never forget the sound of those footsteps. Never. Step, step, step. The smoke came first. A thin haze curling through the factory, pale and almost silent, drifting along the conveyor belts and pipes. I didn't notice it immediately. I thought it was dust, the remnants of years of decay settling in the cold night air. But then it moved differently than dust ever could, sliding along the floors and walls, pooling around the machinery, curling around the railings like it had a mind of its own. I stopped in my tracks, flashlight beam cutting through the gray haze. The smell hit me next, smoky, metallic, faintly sweet, like burning oil mixed with rust and old paper. It made my stomach twist. Something wasn't right. Something that shouldn't exist was moving through the air, and I could feel it brushing against my skin, cold and deliberate. That's when I saw them. At first, they were vague, shadows in the smoke, fleeting shapes that vanished when I blinked. But then I realized they weren't shadows. They were faces, pale, blurred, floating just above the floor. Ghostly, hollow-eyed faces, staring straight at me, not in recognition, not in malice, but with the distant focus of someone absorbed in a task. My breath hitched. I wanted to turn, to run, but my legs refused. My mind screamed at me that they weren't real, that this was my imagination, exhaustion, overwork, stress. I tried to rationalize. Dust, shadows, reflections, anything that would make sense. But the eyes followed me, steady, patient, waiting, and then the work began. They moved with purpose, not random drifting, not the chaotic sway of smoke caught in the air. They walked along the old assembly lines, bent over invisible machines, hands moving with practiced precision, repeating tasks I knew had been performed here decades ago. One figure operated a press that had been silent since a factory shut down. Another twisted knobs on a control panel that hadn't worked in 20 years. Every motion was deliberate, mechanical, haunting in its perfection. I swallowed hard, throat tight, palms sweating. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run. My instincts screamed at me to flee, to abandon the factory, to never come back. But something rooted me in place, something I couldn't name. Curiosity, fear, awe, call it what you want. It made me watch. Their faces were featureless when I looked closely, blurred like smoke themselves, but the sense of presence was undeniable. They weren't human anymore, not fully, but their movements were precise. The rhythm of their labor echoed in my ears, synchronized, almost musical. The sound of invisible gears hissing steam, clanging metal, the scrape of boots against the concrete. It filled the factory, layered over itself, a symphony of work that had never stopped. I realized then that I was witnessing memory made flesh. The factory remembered everything. Every hand that had touched a wrench, every drop of oil, every bead of sweat, every shout of foreman or a call for help. It had not forgotten. And somehow, in the haze of smoke, it had brought it back. I took a cautious step forward. The smoke curled around my ankles, thickening, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. A figure emerged, bending over a conveyor belt, moving silently, methodically. Its hands traced the outline of invisible objects, lifting, pressing, setting them down in a rhythm I recognized from old photographs I had seen of the factory's working days. Step by step, more figures appeared, each absorbed in tasks that had been routine decades ago. Faces that were nearly indistinguishable, bodies that shimmered like heat waves. And all of them ignored me completely, absorbed in the memory of labor, in the repetition of gestures that had once produced something tangible, something real. I tried to speak. Hello. My voice cracked, echoing unnaturally in the haze. Nothing, not a flicker of acknowledgement, not a pause, only the rhythmic movement of their hands, the faint metallic sounds of machines that didn't exist anymore. I swallowed hard, heart hammering. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I could feel the cold of the smoke, the weight of it pressing down, almost physical, like a presence. And yet, the faces didn't look at me. They didn't need to. The awareness, I realized, wasn't human. The factory had folded memory and air together, had summoned these ghostly workers not to see me, but to exist, to repeat, to remember. I forced my mind to focus. One figure bent over a machine that had long been dismantled. Its hands moved as if the gears were still there, invisible but fully understood. The rhythm was hypnotic. I could almost imagine the sound of the machine, the vibrations in the floor, the faint smoke that had once marked a working press. And I felt dizzy, overwhelmed. I wanted to turn, but my legs felt glued to the concrete. I remember the night I had first heard the machines running, moving on their own. This was the next step. The echoes of work had become alive, had taken shape, had become tangible in ways that defied logic. And in that realization, terror welled up in me. Step by step, the figures multiplied. A dozen, maybe 20, filling the halls with the ghostly rhythm of labor. Some moved along conveyor belts, lifting invisible objects. Others operated machines that had been rusting in silence for decades. Their faces, though blurred, carried the intensity of focus, the determination of purpose, the repetition of a life devoted to tasks that no longer mattered. I felt the pull of the memory. The smoke seemed to thicken, curling around me, tugging at my clothes, at my skin, at my mind. I realized that the factory didn't just remember. It wanted me to remember, to feel, to witness. And the thought made my stomach twist. The memory wasn't just visual. It was emotional, almost tactile. The sweat, the strain, the heat, the ache of work, all of it pressed against me, carried by the smoke, by the shapes, by the rhythm of ghostly hands moving in perfection. I tried to back away. My boots scraped against the concrete. The figures didn't notice. They never would. The smoke shifted, obscuring the exits, curling over the railings, filling the hall with a haze that made everything beyond it uncertain. I was trapped in a memory I couldn't escape. And then I noticed the faces. Up close, even in their blur, there was something profoundly sad about them. Not malice, not anger, but exhaustion, weariness, the weight of endless repetition. They had lived their lives in service to labor, and even in death or in memory, they could not stop. They were prisoners of the factory's memory, forced to repeat gestures that once mattered, now meaningless. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I wanted to touch one, to confirm it was real, to anchor myself in the present. But I didn't. My hands trembled too much. The smoke curled tighter around my face, and I could feel the weight of their presence, the insistence of history pressing in from all sides. One figure, closer than the rest, reached toward a panel that no longer existed. Its hands passed through air, but the gestures were precise, deliberate. I could almost hear the clatter of tools, the hiss of steam, the metallic grind of gears in perfect sync. And then the figure paused just for a heartbeat, as if sensing me. Its blurred eyes, impossible and vacant, flickered toward my flashlight. I gasped, and the heartbeat of the factory seemed to catch in the smoke. I stumbled backward. The smoke swirled violently, like a wave of gray liquid, obscuring the figures again. They melted into the haze, moving away but not vanishing, still performing their tasks, still carrying the weight of decades of labor in silence. I ran, boots pounding the concrete, heart hammering. The smoke clung to me, curling around my ankles, filling the hall with the scent of oil and metal. And the faces, I could still see them in the periphery, drifting in the haze, performing tasks that had long ceased to matter. I didn't stop until I reached the main exit. The daylight was breaking, weak and pale, but it cut through the haze enough to make the smoke retreat, to dissolve the figures into memory once more. I stumbled outside, gasping, heart racing. The cold morning air hit in my face, sharp and real. And yet I knew the faces were still there, somewhere in the factory, in the smoke, in the air, in the memory. They would repeat their tasks endlessly, trapped in the rhythm of labor that had defined their lives. And I, for a moment, had seen it, witnessed it, felt it, and that sight would not leave me. The factory had shown me its history, its ghosts, its memory, and in doing so, it claimed me as one more observer, one more witness to the endless, repeating tasks. I left that morning with a taste of smoke in my mouth, with a rhythm of ghostly footsteps echoing in my ears. with the knowledge that the factory's memory never slept, never faded, and never forgave. Step, step, step. The echoes would follow me in my thoughts, in my dreams, in the quietest corners of the day, and I would never escape them. I thought I could leave. I always thought I could leave. That night, the smoke had faded. The ghostly figures had receded into the corners of the factory, and the morning light had crept weakly through the shattered windows. I told myself the worst was over, that I had seen what needed to be seen, and now I could walk out and never return. But the factory doesn't let you go, not once it has noticed you. I pushed open the main doors, expecting to feel the cold morning air, the cracked asphalt of the parking lot under my boots. But the doors didn't lead outside. Not really. Instead, I found myself back inside the main hall, the conveyor belt stretching endlessly before me, smoke curling faintly at the edges, the faint hum of invisible machinery echoing through the building. I stumbled, heart hammering, breath catching in my throat. My flashlight trembled in my hands. I spun around, searching for the exit, searching for anything familiar, anything that would confirm I was still in the world I had left behind. But the walls shifted, the hallways stretched, the doors I just used dissolved into cold, solid metal. And the figures, they were there, not moving at first, just standing, silent, watching. Their blurred, featureless faces turned toward me, motionless, yet impossibly aware. I could feel their gaze piercing me, heavy and deliberate. The smoke from earlier clung to them like a second skin, curling around their forms, hiding edges, distorting shapes, but their presence was undeniable. I wanted to speak, to demand answers, to scream, but the sound lodged in my throat, dry and useless. My mind reeled, grasping for logic, for reality, for anything to anchor me. But the factory laughed at reason. The hallways bent. The doors that should have led outside simply weren't there. I walked forward, hesitant, boots scraping against the concrete. Step by step, I tried to map the space, to find a way out. But every turn, every hallway, every corner brought me back to the same main hall. Conveyor belts stretched in infinite loops. Machinery hummed faintly as if tired but awake, and the figures remained, standing, watching, silent, waiting. I realized then that I was caught in a loop, a shift that would never end. The factory had trapped me, folding space and memory together, forcing me to wander endlessly through halls that should have led to freedom. And the workers, the ghostly figures, were the supervisors of this prison, silent and unyielding, ensuring I could not escape. Step, step, step. My boots echoed against the concrete, swallowed immediately by the expanse of the hall. The sound never traveled far, never carried, never confirmed I was moving anywhere. The factory absorbed my presence, stretched it, and returned me to the same point I had just left. I tried to run. I ran down the halls, taking turns at random, banging on walls, shouting into the empty space. The echo of my own voice mocked me. Step, step, step. No matter how fast I moved, no matter how desperately I searched, I ended up back at the main hall, and the figures began to move. Slowly, deliberately, their motions mirrored the tasks I had seen in the smoke. One bent over a conveyor belt, hands moving through invisible objects. Another adjusted a lever, precise, deliberate, and then they stopped, faces turning toward me, blurred eyes holding a silence that screamed. I froze. My breath came in short, ragged bursts. My flashlight beam shook, illuminating nothing and everything at once. They weren't angry. They weren't even aware of me as a threat. But the weight of their attention, the intensity of their stillness, pressed into my mind. The factory's memory was alive, and it had drawn me into its rhythm. I tried to force myself past them, step forward, move, but the hallways twisted again, the factory bending in ways that made no sense. I wasn't walking in a straight line anymore. I wasn't walking anywhere at all. I was suspended in an impossible architecture, one that looped, folded, and repeated like a nightmare made real. The echo of labor followed me, the hum of machinery, the faint clatter of tools, the hiss of pipes, sounds I thought belonged to memory or imagination, now accompanied every movement I made. Step, step, step. The factory had a pulse. I could feel it through the floor, the walls, the air pressing in on me, and I knew that the figures would follow, silent and patient, until the loop ended, or until I did. I remembered the first night I had heard the machines moving, the hum, the shadow, the smoke. I had thought it was a warning then. Now I knew it was an invitation, or a trap. The factory doesn't release those it notices, and it had noticed me. I stumbled into a corner, leaning against a wall for support. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold the flashlight. The figures moved closer, their steps silent, their presence overwhelming. I could feel their gaze pressing into me. They weren't human, not anymore, not fully, but they remembered what it meant to be human. And they waited for me to understand the rhythm, the repetition, the endless cycle I've been caught in. I tried to speak, tried to bargain. I just want to leave. I whispered, voice cracking. The sound was swallowed immediately. The figures didn't respond. They didn't acknowledge me. And in their silence, I realized they weren't listening. They were enforcing. They were witnesses. They were memory given form. The smoke began to drift again, curling through the hallways like fingers. It carried the scent of oil, metal, and something fouler, something ancient, something that belonged to the building itself. I coughed, hand pressed my mouth. My vision blurred as the haze thickened, and in it, the figures moved, repeating tasks that had no purpose beyond their memory, their endless shift. I stumbled forward, desperate to escape, to find a real exit, to break the loop. But each hallway led me back to the main hall. Conveyor belts stretched into infinity. Rusted machines hummed faintly, and the figures stood waiting. Their blurred faces, featureless yet intense, held me in place, reminding me I was trapped. Step, step, step. My own footsteps echoed endlessly, swallowed by the expanse of the factory, the hum of machinery, the faint clicks and clanks, the rhythm of work. It was everywhere and nowhere. The factory had become a living memory, a shifting labyrinth designed to trap those who entered after dark. I pressed my face to the wall, tried to anchor myself. The concrete was cold and solid, but even it felt wrong, alien, like the memory of its own construction was bending around me. I realized I couldn't trust my senses. I couldn't trust my mind. The factory controlled everything. The loop, the figures, the smoke, the impossible hallways. It all existed to keep me here, to make me witness the endless labor I had glimpsed in the haze. I tried to close my eyes, to stop moving, to wait. Perhaps the loop would release me if I stopped struggling. But the factory doesn't reward hesitation. It doesn't forgive. And the figures didn't wait. They continued their tasks, their movements precise, deliberate, inescapable. I tried to remember the doors I had entered, the windows, the path I had taken. Every memory twisted, elongated, distorted. I wasn't walking toward an exit anymore. I was walking in circles, repeating the same steps, the same echoes, the same terrifying realization that escape was impossible. The figures multiplied now, filling the periphery of my vision. Some worked along the conveyor belts, invisible objects moving under their hands. Others operated machines long dead, their motions flawless, unbroken. And all of them stared at me, not with anger, not with curiosity, but with a weight that anchored my mind, forcing me to recognize the truth. I was a visitor in their eternal shift. I fell to my knees, flashlight clattering across the concrete. Its beam caught one figure up close. Its blurred face hovered inches from mine, featureless, but somehow seeing everything. Its hands passed through the air, working, repeating, unbroken by my presence. I wanted to scream, to throw myself at the wall, to escape. But I couldn't. My body was rooted, my mind ensnared in the rhythm of the factory. The smoke thickened, curling around my neck, my shoulders, pressing against my chest. The scent of labor, of oil, of metal, of exhaustion filled me. I could feel the echo of decades of work pressing into me, into my bones, into my mind. And I realized the factory had claimed me in more than space. It had claimed me in time. I was now part of the shift, endless, unbroken, inescapable. Step, step, step. The echoes followed me, indistinguishable from the rhythm of the figures, indistinguishable from my own heartbeat. I stumbled forward, falling into the same loops, the same hallways, the same gaze of the workers who never rested. I screamed once. The sound was swallowed instantly, bouncing off the endless walls, absorbed into the memory of the factory. And then silence. Silence as deep as eternity, punctuated only by the ghostly rhythm of labor. I realized then I would never leave. Not really. I could wander the real world, step outside, feel sunlight, but the shift had me now. It followed me into the hours of waking, into the quiet spaces of my mind. The figures, the smoke, the hum of machinery. They would always be there, patient, waiting, eternal. Step, step, step. The echo never ends. I didn't think much of it when I first pulled into the parking lot. The sign buzzed faintly in the dark, neon letters flickering like they were struggling to stay awake. Motel 47. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't even particularly clean, but it was close enough to the highway, and it was late. Too late, probably, to start driving anywhere else. My stomach was tight from the long hours behind the wheel, and my eyes burned like dry matches. The front door rattled as I pushed it open. Inside, the air smelled of mildew and something metallic I couldn't quite place. The lobby was dim, lit by one overhead bulb that hummed quietly, like a distant pulse. A small desk sat off to one side, covered in sticky brochures and an ancient computer screen that glared at me like it was judging my lateness. Behind the desk, a man with a gaunt face looked up at me. "Evening," he said. His voice was gravel and quiet, like he didn't want to wake anyone. "Room. Just one," I said, fumbling in my bag for my ID. "For the night." He nodded slowly, eyes flicking to the register and back to me. "Room 9, he said finally. He slid a key across the counter. "Top floor. Last room down the hall. Elevator's broken. Stairs only. Thanks," I muttered, taking the key. I noticed his eyes lingered on me longer than seemed normal, but I chalked it up to being tired. People stare when you're tired. People stare when you're late. I had to keep moving. The stairs creaked under my boots, each step a small protest in the silent building. The hall was narrow, walls painted a dull beige that had yellowed with age. Every so often, a light flickered above me, sputtering like it couldn't decide whether to stay on or go out. I could feel the air changing as I walked. Cooler, heavier, almost damp. My skin prickled, but I told myself it was just the building settling, just the night pressing in. Room 9's door was at the end, dark but with a scratched brass number. I slid the key into the lock. It turned with a resistance that made my wrist ache a little. The door swung open slowly, and the air hit me like a wall. It was colder than the hall, colder than outside, even the kind of cold that creeps under your skin and makes your blood feel sluggish. I stepped inside, dragging my bag behind me. The lights flickered once, twice, then stayed. The room was small, almost claustrophobic. The carpet looked old, faded with stains that refused to tell their story. The bedspread was a dull gray, and the window faced the parking lot, the neon sign outside giving the room an eerie half-light. I dropped my bag on the floor and exhaled, trying to shake the feeling crawling at the back of my neck. There was something about this room that didn't sit right, something beyond the cold. My instincts whispered it, soft and persistent, but I ignored them. I was tired. I was just staying for a night. I went to the bathroom first. The tiles were chipped and the faucet dripped steadily, the sound echoing against the walls. I splashed my face with cold water, hoping it would wake me, hoping it would push the sense of wrongness out of me. It didn't. As I stared into the cracked mirror, I noticed my reflection lingered longer than it should have. My own eyes, tired and dull, stared back, but for a moment I thought I saw something else, movement behind me in the shadows. I spun around. Nothing. I laughed softly, bitterly, telling myself I was imagining things. The kind of thing that happens when you're alone, tired, too used to being on the road. I dried my face, ran my hands through my hair, and tried to settle into the bed. That's when I noticed the sound. Faint at first, like the building itself breathing. Then, more distinct, a scraping, almost like nails across wood, coming from somewhere beyond the room, maybe down the hall. I froze. My heart thudded against my ribs, a slow, steady drum of panic. I told myself it was probably another guest, maybe housekeeping, but the stairs were broken. There shouldn't be anyone walking. I tried to distract myself, pulling my phone from my pocket. No signal. The little bar blinked, dead. I put it down. I could hear it again. The scraping, the slow drag of something heavy across the floor. Not fast, deliberate, almost patient. I got up. My boots made soft thuds on the carpet. As I pressed my ear to the door, listening, the hall was empty, completely silent now. Just the hum of the neon sign outside and my own shallow breathing. I walked to the window, hoping the light would reassure me. The parking lot was empty except for a single car far off, headlights off, doors locked. The air outside looked normal, still, peaceful. But inside, the chill lingered, clinging to my skin, my clothes. I could feel it crawling into my lungs. I went back to the bed, wrapping myself in the thin blanket. I told myself it was nothing. A motel room, old building, too many hours on the road. But sleep didn't come easily. My eyes kept darting to the corners of the room, where shadows pooled and shifted like they had a life of their own. Minutes stretched. Hours, maybe. I couldn't tell. Time seemed to bend in that room, slowed down by the weight pressing on my chest. I imagined shapes in the shadows, figures just beyond the edge of vision, moving when I wasn't looking. Each sound was magnified. The hum of the neon, the drip of the faucet, the scrape again. Closer this time, I thought, but when I sat up, nothing was there. I tried to read, opened the book I had brought, but the words blurred. My hands shook slightly, and the cold made them stiff. I realized I hadn't really noticed my own body moving in hours. Just existing, waiting for what I didn't know. Then I saw it, or I think I did. A shadow detached itself from the corner of the room, low and long, stretching toward the bed. My heart jumped. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. I blinked and it was gone. I forced myself to calm down, to tell myself my mind was playing tricks. But the unease lingered heavy, like a weight pressing against my chest. I got up, walked around the room, touched the walls. Solid. Everything was normal. Nothing unusual, nothing moved. And yet, the feeling remained. Like the room itself was alive, watching me, waiting. I returned to the bed and sat there, knees pulled close, blanket tied around my shoulders. I tried to remember the last time I felt truly safe. The memory was distant, hazy, almost dreamlike. The motel room, the cold, the quiet. It didn't belong anywhere I knew. It wasn't a place that existed to welcome me. It was a place that existed to trap me, to make me notice the emptiness. Hours passed, or maybe only minutes. I stopped checking the time. My body ached, stiff from sitting, but sleep remained impossible. Every sound felt deliberate. The floorboards whispered beneath some invisible weight. The walls murmured, and always the cold. Eventually, exhaustion won over fear, but not completely. I fell into a shallow, restless sleep, half aware of the room around me. In dreams, or something like dreams, I heard whispers, soft and urgent, calling from the corners. Names I didn't recognize. Pleas I didn't understand. When I woke, the room was quiet again, but the chill had not left. It lingered, pressing against me, seeping into my bones. Room 9 didn't just feel cold. It felt empty, hollow, like it existed between moments, between worlds. And for the first time, I realized I wasn't just a guest here. I was noticed, observed, part of the room now, whether I wanted to be or not. I stayed awake the rest of the night, staring at the door, listening to the silence and the occasional, deliberate creak. Daylight would come. It always did. But until then, I was caught in the waiting, in the cold, in the eyes of a room that didn't want me to leave. Morning eventually arrived, thin light spilling through the blinds, weak and pale. I left the room quickly, not looking back. But the chill followed me, lingering in my coat, in my hair, in the shallow rhythm of my breathing. Room 9 had left its mark, a quiet awareness that I would carry with me, no matter where I went next. Even now, thinking back, I can feel it, that cold, patient, watching presence. And I know somehow that it is still there, waiting for the next guest who thinks they're just staying for a night. I woke before the sun, though it wasn't light yet. The room felt different somehow, though I couldn't place why. Maybe it was the night pressing itself into my skin, leaving traces that didn't wash away. I sat up slowly, pulling the blanket tighter around me. The air was cold, heavier than it should have been for morning. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the feeling, but the chill stuck. The lamp beside the bed flickered, not like a bulb dying, more like it was alive in small, impatient bursts. 1 second steady, the next dim, then bright again like it was breathing. My stomach nodded. I had slept, yes, but only a shallow sleep, one eye half open, listening. I'd felt watched last night, and that feeling hadn't left. Somehow it had grown. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, boots landing on the carpet. The room smelled faintly of the night before. Stale air, a hint of metal, something unplaceable. I glanced around. Everything looked the same, but it didn't feel the same. The chair in the corner, the small desk under the window, they seemed slightly off. Not move entirely, not obviously, but wrong. My mind tried to rationalize it. Jet lag, sleep deprivation. Old motels are weird in the light, too. I stood and walked to the window. The sun hadn't come yet. The parking lot below was quiet. Too quiet. Not the usual early traffic or birds. Just stillness. I watched for a few minutes, hoping the light would clear the edge off whatever was that made my skin crawl. But it didn't. The lamp flickered again. This time, I noticed the shadows. They stretched and recoiled as if tugged by an invisible hand. I squinted. I had been up too long. I told myself, eyes playing tricks, hallucinations in the morning. But the shadows, they didn't match anything in the room. Not the chair, not the desk, not me. They moved with a will of their own. I felt my heartbeat in my throat. I turned slowly, scanning the room. Everything appeared normal, right where I had left it. My boots, the bag, the thin blanket bunched at the end of the bed. Nothing out of place. But then I caught it, the notebook I had left on the desk. It was closer to the bed than I remembered. My stomach sank. I hadn't moved it. I couldn't have. My hands shook as I reached for it. It was exactly where it appeared to be now, and yet I swore I had left it pushed to the back corner of the desk last night. I blinked. Maybe I was dreaming. Maybe I had imagined putting it somewhere else. But the uncertainty gnawed at me, a soft, persistent itch that refused to be ignored. I walked to the desk, touching the notebook lightly, tracing the edge of my fingers. The surface beneath my hand felt cold, almost damp. I pulled the notebook closer, then froze. The pen I had left inside the notebook now rested on the floor, not next to the desk, where I remembered leaving it, but a few feet away, perfectly aligned the corner of the bed. I stepped back, heart hammering. The lamp flickered. Shadows jerked. The room seemed to breathe around me. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, a trick of perspective, a reflection, a late-night tremor in the floorboards. But the feeling wasn't just a trick. It was real, thick, pressing, almost tactile. I spent the next few minutes checking everything. Chairs, desk, bed, windowsill. Items that I had set down carefully last night were subtly off, just a hair's breadth, a fraction of an inch. Objects that should have stayed still moved when I wasn't looking. Every time I blinked, shifted my weight, looked away, there was the faintest sense that the room rearranged itself, quietly, purposefully. I sank onto the bed, wrapping the thin blanket around me again. My mind raced. Was it a prank? A maintenance issue? Old wiring? My rational brain searched for something concrete, anything to anchor me. But the shadows didn't wait for rationality. They pulsed along the walls, flickering faster now, curling toward corners that should have been empty. The notebook trembled slightly under my hand, though I hadn't touched it since moving it. I tried to focus on something else, breathing, counting, anything, but the room wouldn't let me. Every sound was magnified. the drip of water from the faucet I hadn't used, the hum of the fluorescent light outside, the scrape of something heavy moving just beyond vision. I closed my eyes, praying the room would stop, but the darkness didn't answer. Opening my eyes, I noticed a chair by the desk had rotated slightly, not by much, but enough to make me notice. My legs felt like lead. My fingers tingled from gripping the blanket too hard. I thought of leaving, of just walking out into the early morning light, but my body refused. Some small part of me, the part that had been aware of the room last night, was glued in place, forced to observe, to bear witness. The lamp flickered again. Shadows leapt and fell, crawling across the ceiling like dark, liquid veins. I felt nausea roll up my stomach. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything to break the tension, but no sound would leave me. My voice felt swallowed by the room itself. The walls were closing in, not physically, but in some intangible way, pressing in on my consciousness, shrinking the space around my thoughts. I remembered last night, the scraping I had heard, the sense of something waiting. Now, it wasn't just memory. The same rhythm echoed to the floorboards, subtle but deliberate. It moved beneath me, somewhere in the foundation, beneath my skin. I pressed my hand to my ears, trying to block it, but it was everywhere at once. I forced myself to stand, to walk again. Each step I took was measured, careful. I circled the room slowly, touching every object, every surface. Everything was solid, nothing hidden. Yet the unease persisted. The pen, the notebook, the chair, the shadows, always shifting, always just out of sync. I finally sat on the edge of bed again, trying to breathe normally. I closed my eyes, attempting to meditate, to center myself, but my mind refused to rest. Images came unbidden. Shadows moving without cause, objects sliding across the floor, eyes in the dark watching me even when I wasn't looking. My own reflection in the mirror seemed to linger longer than it should, as if it was observing me in turn. Time stretched. Minutes blurred into each other. The room pulsed with a rhythm I couldn't name, a heartbeat not my own. I became aware of the lamp again. Its light didn't just flicker. It shivered, convulsed, as though resisting something inside it. Every time it dimmed, the shadows lunged forward. Every time it brightened, they recoiled. The room was alive, and it hated being observed. I tried to leave again. I opened the door slowly. The hallway beyond looked normal. Safe. I hesitated, then stepped out. The air of the corridor hit me. Slightly warmer, less hostile. Relief washed over me. And then I turned back to the room. The chair had shifted again. The notebook was open on the desk. Pages fluttered, though I hadn't touched them. And for a brief second, in the dim light of the flickering lamp, I thought I saw it. A shape crouched in the corner, blurred at the edges like smoke. Not fully formed, not fully solid. It darted as soon as I blinked. I stumbled backward, heart pounding, mind screaming. I wanted to leave, to abandon everything. But the room whispered to me, not with words, but with a weight pressing on my chest, a silent insistence that I stay, that I notice, that I remember. I spent hours pacing after that, not sleeping, not resting, just walking, observing, trying to keep the object still with my attention, though it was impossible. Every time I looked away, a pen rolled, a chair shifted, a notebook moved, the shadows pulsed, the lamp flickered. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but constant. I couldn't escape it, couldn't ignore it, couldn't convince myself it was my imagination. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, though sleep remained impossible. I lay on the bed, eyes open, staring at the ceiling, tracing the flicker of the light. Every shadow moved just slightly when I blinked. Every object quivered when I wasn't watching. I realized then that it wasn't a room I had stayed in. It wasn't a space. It was a presence, a subtle, watching intelligence that toyed with reality in the smallest ways possible. I don't know how long I stayed awake, pacing and observing. Time had no meaning in that room. The lamp flickered. Shadows crawled, and I existed only to notice, to witness, to acknowledge the slight, deliberate shifts that made the world around me wrong. slightly askew. Morning eventually came, the sun weakly spilling through the blinds. The room seemed calmer, somehow. The shadows were less animated. The lamp flickered less. But the sense of being watched, the sense of everything moving when I wasn't looking, did not leave. I packed my things slowly, careful to note the exact positions of each object. The notebook, the pen, the chair. I left nothing to chance. As I walked away, I felt the room's gaze on me, a lingering weight pressing into my back. I knew it would continue, subtle, patient, rearranging things, shifting shadows, flickering lights, long after I was gone. I knew it would wait for the next guest who didn't notice, the next traveler who thought they could sleep in peace. And I knew somehow I would never forget it. I woke to a sound I had never heard before. Not the usual creak of the floorboards, not the faint hum of the flickering lamp, not even the scrape of something heavy moving just beyond vision. This was different. It was soft, almost imperceptible at first, like a whisper curling through the cracks in the wall. I froze. My breath caught. The room felt colder than it had last night, if that was even possible. I pulled the thin blanket tighter around my shoulders and listened. The sound came again, this time clearer. A murmur, low, indistinct, but unmistakably human. Is he awake? I jumped, heart hammering. The voice had come from somewhere inside the wall, not through the window, not through the floor. Inside the wall. I pressed my ear against the plaster, half expecting to feel someone on the other side. Nothing, just cold, smooth paint. I sat back on the bed, hands trembling. Maybe it was the early morning playing tricks on me. Maybe it was the exhaustion, the lingering fear from the last 2 nights. But no, there it was again. Another whisper, soft, deliberate, describing me. Boots off, sitting up, hands shaking. I swallowed hard. My pulse was rapid, every beat ringing in my ears. I hadn't even realized I was shaking until I heard it. How did it know? I hadn't told anyone I was here. I hadn't spoken aloud. The wall should have been empty, solid, impenetrable. I got up, stepping lightly, trying not to make a sound. I pressed my ear to different sections of the wall. The murmuring followed, moving, bending around the room like water. It didn't come from one place. It was everywhere. Inside the walls, inside the floorboards, inside the air itself. Moving toward the door, reaching for the doorknob. I froze again, staring at the door. My hand hadn't moved. My body hadn't even shifted. And yet it knew. It always knew. The murmurs continued, quiet but precise. Fingers brushing brass. Hesitating. Heart racing. I stepped back, heart pounding, palms slick with sweat. I felt trapped, as if the room itself had contracted, pressing against me from all sides. I wanted to leave, to run into the hallway, to escape this invisible audience, but something held me there, rooted to the spot. Fear, yes, but something else. Curiosity, the need to hear more. I walked slowly to the center of the room, tried to act normally, but every movement was catalogued. The whispers followed, responding instantly, crossing the room, blanket clutched tighter, eyes darting to the corner. The corner. I had been avoiding it, not wanting to confront the space where the shadows always pooled. My stomach turned. I inched toward it, my own eyes widening with dread. The murmurs grew slightly louder, more confident, as if they relished my attention. Closer, hesitating, breath shallow. I glanced down at my own chest, counting the rapid beats of my heart. I wanted to speak, to ask who was there, but my voice caught in my throat. Any sound I made might provoke it. Any sound I made might confirm something I didn't want to acknowledge. I was not alone. I touched the wall near the corner, fingertips brushing the cold plaster. The whispers paused. I held my breath. Then one came again, softer this time, like it had leaned closer to hear my thoughts. Curious, afraid, trying to understand. I stumbled back, away from the wall. My boots scraped the floor, and I realized I hadn't made a sound the whispers hadn't already predicted. They knew. Everything I did, everything I thought, Every twitch of my hand or blink of my eye, I sank onto the bed, pressing my face into the blanket, trying to block it out. The voices didn't stop. They didn't pause. They whispered in patterns, sentences strung together like a conversation between themselves, describing every tiny motion. Fingers tracing edge of notebook, breathing shallow, eyes closing briefly, shivering. I felt it, that cold press again, heavier than before, creeping into my lungs, into my stomach, into my bones. I wanted to leave, I wanted to run, but I was stuck. The murmurs had anchored me, like invisible ropes tied around my consciousness. I tried to ignore them, pretended they weren't there, looked out the window at the weak morning light, the empty parking lot, safe, silent, but the whispers persisted, omnipresent, looking outside, hopes for safety, none found. I clenched my fists. My mind screamed at me to get up, to escape, to do anything. But each thought, each desire, was cataloged before I could act. The wall was alive with knowledge. I realized then that it wasn't just walls. It was a room itself. Room 9, Room 10, it didn't matter. It existed to watch, to record, to know everything. I stood slowly, pacing the room, trying to make sense of it. The whispers shifted with me, describing my steps, my hesitation, the stiffness in my knees. Feet moving, steps slow, anxiety rising, breath uneven. The precision was maddening. I felt trapped inside my own body, every movement scrutinized. I wanted to scream, to rip at the walls, but no sound escaped. My throat felt constricted, as though the room itself held it shut. Then one voice, different from the others, sharper, more insistent. Closer. You're too close. I spun toward the source, but it came from everywhere. The corners, the floorboards, the ceiling. I tried to retreat, but there was nowhere to go. The bed, the desk, the chair, they all felt like parts of the same cage, pressing inward, closing off any exit. I sank back onto the bed, heart hammering, eyes darting to the shadows that pooled in the corners. The murmurs grew faster, overlapping, as if the room was alive, arguing with itself, taking pleasure in recounting every detail of my fear. Hands gripping blanket tighter, eyes wide, heart racing, breath shallow. I curled into myself, covered my ears, trying to block it out, but the sound was inside me now, rattling my bones. It knew my thoughts, my fear, my exhaustion. It even knew the memory of my mother's voice from childhood, the way she used to say my name softly, carefully, and I realized with a sick twist that was mimicking it. Careful, careful now. Don't move too fast. He'll hear. My stomach turned. I had no memory of making any sound, yet the whispers spoke as though I had. They were feeding on my fear, learning it, cataloging it, twisting it into something more intimate, more precise. I tried to reason. Old building. Echoes. Exhaustion. I had to be hallucinating. But the consistency, the specificity, the way they described every twitch, every breath, every thought, made that impossible. Thinking, afraid, wanting to leave, knowing he can't. I realized, and I hadn't even noticed my own heartbeat until they pointed it out. They had made me conscious of it, aware of it, stripped me of ignorance and left me raw. Every nerve, every thought, every instinct was exposed. I tried to sleep, laid down, closed my eyes, willed myself to ignore the murmurs. But even in the dark, even with eyes shut tight, I felt them. They moved with me in dreams. They whispered in my ears, describing the minutiae of my subconscious. Dreaming, shivering, tense, watching yourself watch yourself. Time became meaningless. Minutes stretched into hours. The room pulsed, breathed, recorded. Every blink, every shift, every adjustment of my body was noted, cataloged, whispered. I could feel the presence behind the plaster, behind the walls, in the very air. It was patient, persistent, unyielding. I realized then that it didn't matter if I left. It didn't matter if I ran into the daylight. The murmurs would follow. Room 9, Room 10, any space a touch would watch, would know, and I would carry it with me, inside my mind, inside my nerves, inside my skin. Eventually, dawn came. Pale, thin light spilled into the room, softening the edges. The whispers quieted slightly, no longer urgent, but they didn't leave. I packed my things slowly, noting the exact positions of the notebook, the pen, the chair. I didn't want to provoke it, to give it any reason to speak more than it already had. As I walked out of the room, I felt its gaze follow me, a lingering pressure pressing into my back. The hallway was quiet. The neon sign buzzed faintly in the distance. I didn't look back, but I knew the murmurs, the whispers behind the walls, the meticulous recording of every moment. They would continue, watching, waiting, knowing, and I would remember. I would carry it always. The room didn't just exist to be inhabited. It existed to observe, to catalog, to leave its mark on those who entered. And for a long time, I realized I would not be free. Even now, thinking back, I can hear it faintly, behind every wall, every creak, every shadow. Room 9, room 10, it doesn't matter. The voices never stop. I decided to leave. I had to. The walls, the whispers, the flickering lights, they had been enough to make me feel like my mind was unraveling. I told myself morning light would fix it. I told myself the hallway would lead me somewhere real, somewhere safe. I grabbed my bag and stepped toward the door. The doorknob felt warmer than I remembered, sticky somehow, like it had absorbed my fear. My fingers brushed it, trembling, and I twisted. The door opened smoothly, too smoothly, and I stepped out into the hallway. It was the same hallway, the same narrow stretch of yellowed wallpaper, the same flickering lights overhead. My stomach sank. It didn't make sense. I had come from the hall yesterday, too, hadn't I? I could still feel the texture of the carpet under my boots, the hum of the neon sign seeping through the cracked window blinds. I stepped forward, hoping this time would lead me somewhere different. 1 step, 2 steps. The hallway stretched endlessly. I tried to tell myself I was imagining it, that sleep deprivation was twisting perception, but the shadows along the walls moved differently this time, not just creeping or flickering, but shifting, curling toward me, bending the space around them. I reached the stairs. The elevator had always been broken, just as the clerk said. The stairs were there, solid, familiar. Relief prickled at my skin. Finally, I thought I can leave. I stepped down. The stairs creaked, as usual, beneath my weight. Halfway down, I glanced back. The hallway above stretched the same, unchanged. The door to room 9 stared at me, and I realized something terrifying. It wasn't just a memory. It was the room, waiting, watching, pulling. I reached the ground floor and pushed the front door. The handle turned, cold metal biting my hand. I stepped outside. Sunlight, or what I assumed was sunlight, fell on my face. The parking lot stretched before me. Relief surged. Freedom was moments away. I walked forward, a few steps. Then the sky shifted. The lot stretched endlessly. Neon signs flickered in the distance, buzzing faintly, like they were still inside the room. The air smelled wrong, stale, damp, metallic. I tried to run. My legs obeyed, but each stride felt slower, as though I were moving through water. The world stretched around me, warped, like a reflection in cracked glass. And then, suddenly I was inside the room again. Room 9. Same carpet, same furniture, same cold. My bag slipped from my shoulder, clattering to the floor. I scrambled, hands shaking, trying to make sense. I ran to the door, twisted the knob, shoved it open, and stepped into the same hallway. I screamed, a raw, helpless sound. The walls, the flickering lights, the narrow corridor, they all mocked me. I turned, hoping to retrace my steps, to find a corner of reality that made sense. But every turn, every step, brought me back to the same room, the same hallway, the same claustrophobic space. I sat on the edge of the bed, sweat dampening my clothes, heart hammering like a drum. My mind raced. Was it a dream? A hallucination? Some cruel trick of exhaustion? But it felt real, solid. The cold air pressed against me, insistent, alive. I stood again, pacing. Each step was measured, each movement cataloged. I tried the window. Outside, the lot was empty. The neon sign buzzed faintly, flickering. But no matter how far I walked, how fast I ran, I ended up here, in this room. Room 9. The lamp flickered. Shadows danced in the corners, more aggressive now. They seemed to reach for me. I sat on the floor, pressing my back to the bed. I tried to close my eyes. I tried to meditate, breathe, slow my heart. But the room had other plans. The lamp flared once, then dimmed, shadows leaping. I felt the walls pulse subtly, like the room was breathing with me, or against me. I thought about the whispers from last night. Maybe they had something to do with this. They knew me. They knew everything. I pressed my hand against the wall, hoping for a clue, a pattern, anything. Trying to leave, hesitating, afraid. The voice whispered through the wall, soft but precise. It cataloged my every movement, my every thought. I flinched, pressed my face into the cold plaster. It didn't stop, footsteps faltering, hands shaking, breath uneven. I leaned back on the bed, hugging my knees. The room seemed smaller, the air heavier. I realized then that it didn't want me to leave, not just physically. It didn't want me to leave mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I wasn't escaping Room 9, because Room 9 existed outside of normal rules. It existed to trap, to consume awareness, to twist perception until the world beyond it was unreachable. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. Time had no meaning. I paced, walked in circles, tried to leave, tried to escape. Every time, I ended up back inside, staring at the same carpet, the same bedspread, the same flickering lamp. I wanted to scream. I wanted to smash the walls, but sound was useless. The room wasn't concerned with my panic. It only cared that I noticed, that I endured, that I remained. I collapsed onto the bed again, sweat slicking my skin, heart hammering. I thought of every motel I had stayed in before, every room I had ever slept in. None of them mattered. None of them had eyes, awareness, patience. Room 9 was not just a room. It was a presence, patient, deliberate, endless. I tried reasoning. Maybe it was a loop. Maybe the world outside was gone, replaced by the room's reality. Maybe I had been here longer than I thought. Days? Weeks? Months? The lamp flickered above me, shadows moving across the ceiling, casting shapes too fluid to describe. I tried again to leave. I walked to the door, turned the knob, stepped through. The hallway stretched, narrow, yellowed. I ran, desperate, clinging to the illusion of escape. The stairs waited, familiar and broken, a path to freedom. I descended, each creak of the steps echoing like a countdown. And then I was back. Room 9. Same carpet, same furniture, same cold that seeped into my bones. My bag lay exactly where I had dropped it before, my boots on the carpet. The lamp flickered. Shadows curled in corners. I sat on the bed, stomach twisting, feeling nausea coil through me. The whispers came, soft and deliberate, trying to escape, walking in circles, awareness intact, hope futile. I covered my face with my hands. The room had me. It had always had me. I could run, I could try, I could scream, but every effort, every motion, every thought led me right back here, trapped, observed, cataloged. I curled into myself on the bed, shivering. I realized that resistance was pointless. Fighting the room was meaningless. It didn't care about strength or fear or reason. It only cared about presence, about noticing, about making me aware of its omnipresence. Hours passed, or minutes. The lamp flickered. Shadows moved. I counted my breaths, tried to lose myself in them, tried to forget that I was observed. But even the breath was noticed. Every inhale, every exhale, cataloged. I thought about leaving again, even though I knew it would fail. My hands clutched the doorknob. I twisted. I stepped forward, and the room shifted around me. Walls stretched. Shadows lunged. The door led nowhere but the same hallway, the same room, the same suffocating cold. I sank to the floor, hugging my knees. My body ached. My mind was frayed. And yet, a part of me watched, observed, cataloged. I realized then that the room didn't just trap my body. It trapped my mind, my awareness, my very sense of self. I was here, and here alone. Time ceased to matter. The lamp flickered. Shadows pulsed. Whispers cataloged. I tried to sleep. It was shallow, restless. Every blink brought awareness of the room. Every movement of a finger, a foot, a hand, described. Room 9 wasn't just a place. It was a memory, a loop, a presence that lived in observation. I tried to remember my life before. Streets I had walked. Sunlight. Friends. Family. Faces I loved. But the room didn't allow it. Memory became distant, fragile. Reality warped. The more I tried to escape, the more I became a part of the room itself. Eventually, I gave up. Not fully, not completely, but I ceased to fight. I paced, walked, sat, observed. Every object in the room, every flicker of light, every shadow, every whisper, it was part of me now, and I was part of it. The loop was endless. Even now, thinking back, I can feel it. Room 9 is not a room. It is a presence, patient and aware. It will continue. It will wait. And anyone who enters will become part of it, just as I have. I don't know how long I've been here. I don't know if I'll ever leave. But I know this. I will never leave room 9. I clock in at 10, like I do every night. The industrial park is quiet. Quieter than it's ever been. My boots click against the asphalt, echoing in the empty lot. Usually there's a hum, a distant engine, or someone talking over radio. Tonight, there's nothing. Just the wind scraping across the corrugated metal of the warehouses, and a faint drip of water from a broken gutter. I shake it off, tell myself it's just a slow night. It's not unusual for these factories to be abandoned for hours, sometimes days. Still, it's unsettling. The kind of quiet that presses against your ears and makes your own breathing sound loud. I pull my jacket tighter around me, the cold seeping in past the fabric, past the ribs, deep into my chest. The lot stretches on rows of chain link fences and gates that haven't been opened in years. I follow the perimeter, flashlight swinging, scanning the shadows for movement. Every so often, I glance at the windows. Most are dark, shattered, some boarded up. I've walked these streets dozens of nights, but tonight they feel unfamiliar, like the park is holding its breath. I reach the main gate, my flashlight catching on the rusted sign that warns private property, no trespassing. The letters are peeling, faded into nothing. I step closer, shine the light across the lot. Nothing. Not a single car, not a stray cat, not even a pigeon. It's like everyone disappeared all at once. I radio in, try and keep my voice steady. All clear on the west perimeter. Repeat, all clear. Static answers me. The signal is fine. I shake my head. My stomach twists in a familiar knot. Sometimes the silence gets under your skin, makes you imagine things that aren't there. But there's something different about tonight, something heavier. I continue down the street, the flashlight bouncing off cracked pavement. My shadow stretches behind me, long and crooked, twisting with each step. I pass an old loading dock, the boards warped and splintered. I notice a smear on the concrete, faint but dark. At first, I think it's oil, but it doesn't smell like anything. It's just wrong. I step over it and keep walking. The streetlights flicker above, buzzing softly. One of them goes out, plunging the far end of the street into darkness. My hand hovers over my flashlight, instinctively tightening my grip. I tell myself it's nothing. Streetlights fail all the time. But as I move forward, I realize the darkness feels alive. The way it stretches toward me, like it's waiting. I come to the corner where the old print factory sits. Windows shattered, graffiti on every surface, metal doors hanging open. I've never seen anyone here, not even kids. But tonight, I feel eyes on me. I freeze. My breath catches. The wind shifts, carrying a faint smell of smoke or rust or something I can't name. I scan the windows again. Nothing, but I can't shake it. I tell myself it's paranoia. Long shifts, working alone, staring at empty streets. My mind plays tricks, but then I hear it, a soft footstep or maybe a shuffle. I spin around, flashlight slicing through the darkness. Nothing. I take another step. There is again, closer this time. Slow, hesitant. I swallow hard, forcing my voice to stay calm. Hello? Security. No reply. My heart hammers in my chest. I tell myself it's an animal. A stray dog, maybe a raccoon. I've seen them before, sneaking through the lot, knocking over trash cans. I take another step. The sound stops. I freeze, listening. The silence returns, but it feels different now. Thicker. I start walking again, faster, keeping my flashlight sweeping the shadows. I pass the warehouse with the boarded-up doors. I notice the boards aren't as solid as I remember. One looks loose, like someone or something could slip through if it wanted. My stomach twists. I shake my head. I must be imagining it. I round another corner and stop dead. My flashlight catches movement at the far end of the street. A figure, standing perfectly still. Tall, thin, draped in shadows. My first instinct is to call out, but my voice sticks in my throat. I focus, trying to see details. But the figure doesn't move, doesn't breathe, doesn't blink. It just waits. I take a cautious step forward. The figure doesn't respond. Another step. Nothing. I tell myself to keep my calm, that it's probably a security guard from the neighboring lot or a homeless person. But something about it is wrong. The way it blends into the darkness, the way it feels unhuman. I raise my flashlight higher, shining directly at it. The figure doesn't react. But the moment the light hits, the shadows around it seem to stretch, reaching out, curling at the edges like smoke. I step back, heart racing. My instincts scream at me to run, but my feet are frozen. Then it moves, just slightly, a tilt of the head. But it's enough to make me stumble backward. My hand shakes as I grab my radio, trying to call for backup. Control I need static. Nothing. The radio is dead. I slam it against my hand in frustration. I look again. The figure is gone. Just empty street, empty warehouses. The flickering streetlight above. My chest heaves. I tell myself I imagined it. I've worked nights alone before. I've seen shadows play tricks. But something lingers, a pressure in the air, like the street itself is watching. I keep moving, faster now. My flashlight beam swings erratically, catching the cracked asphalt, the broken glass, the twisted metal. Every sound is amplified. The drip of water, the rustle of paper, my own boots on concrete. My shadow stretches and jumps with me, but it feels wrong, like it's moving ahead of me, waiting for me to follow. I reach the main gate again. Empty, silent. The wind pushes against me, cold and sharp. I glance back once, and for a split second, I swear I see movement in the distance. A shape, low and crawling, retreating into the darkness. I blink. Gone. My hands are slick with sweat, even though the air is freezing. I radio in one more time. Control, do you copy? Nothing. Just static. I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but the hair on my neck is standing on end. I tell myself to finish the round, that I can't let fear take over. But the park feels different now. Alien. I've walked these streets for months, and never like this. I moved down the next stretch of road. Warehouse after warehouse. All dark, all silent. My flashlight catches a puddle. The reflection is off, like the light bends in a way it shouldn't. I stare at it. For a moment, I think I see my own face in the water, but the eyes, they're wrong. Too wide, staring. I jerk my head away. My reflection in the puddle is normal, just me, but the feeling lingers. I keep walking. My breaths are shallow. Every shadow makes me jump. Every gust of wind feels like a whisper. I hear another sound, soft, almost imperceptible. A laugh? No. A sigh. I stop, straining to listen. Nothing. My mind races. Am I losing it? Or is something here with me? I turn another corner. Empty streets stretch before me, illuminated only by my trembling flashlight. The buildings loom, dark and silent, like forgotten sentinels. I feel watched. I know I am. I can't see anything, but it's there in the gaps between the shadows, in the space just beyond the light. I finish the round as quickly as I can, checking the last warehouses. Everything looks normal, but nothing feels right. I make my way back to the security office. The doors creak as I open them, and I realize I've been holding my breath for the past hour. My body shakes. My hands are trembling as I set down my flashlight and radio. I sit at the desk, try and make sense of the night. Empty streets, dead air, shadows that move when they shouldn't. Nothing tangible, nothing I can report. But I know something is out there, watching, waiting, and for the first time in months, I feel truly alone. Outside, the wind whispers across the industrial park, carrying the scent of rust and smoke and something I can't name. I lean back, rubbing my eyes. The streets are empty, but the silence, it isn't peaceful. It's alive, and I can't shake the feeling that it's just the beginning. I thought the first night was just nerves. The empty streets, the shadows, I told myself it was part of the job. But tonight, walking the same routes, I realize something is different. Not just quiet this time, not just lonely, it's the reflections. I pass a puddle near the old print factory, water pooled in the cracked asphalt, catching the weak glow of a flickering streetlight. I glance down, expecting my own face staring back. But what I see isn't right. My eyes are too wide, my lips curling in a subtle grin I don't remember making. I jerk back, heart hammering. I tell myself it's the light, the ripple of water, maybe exhaustion. I've been working nights for months. My mind is tired. I take another step. The puddle stretches along the pavement, reflecting more than it should. I see the buildings behind me, warped, leaning slightly as if pressed forward by some invisible force. And then I notice it, a figure moving behind me in the reflection. I spin around. Empty street. Nothing. Just the cracked asphalt and abandoned warehouses. Silent as always. My breath is sharp in the cold air. I stare at the puddle again. The figure is there, just behind my reflection. I kneel, trying to see it properly. My reflection mimics me exactly. Every movement, except the eyes. They're darker, hollow. It tilts its head when I don't. It smiles when I don't. My stomach twists. I stand up slowly. Tell myself it's imagination, but my legs feel heavy. I continue down the street, flashlight swinging, but every reflective surface catches my eye. A shattered window on a warehouse. The glass is jagged, warped, but it reflects me perfectly, or almost perfectly. My shadow double is there, standing just a step behind me. Shoulders hunched differently, movements too smooth, too deliberate. I freeze. My own reflection blinks, and I swear I didn't. I press on though my hands shake. The puddles multiply as I reach the lot near the loading docks. Water drips from the gutters, forming small, shallow mirrors on concrete. I notice them all now, scattered like shards of glass, each one holding a version of me I don't recognize. My movements are mirrored, but with tiny differences, a twitch, a tilt, a sneer. They aren't subtle. The wrongness hits me in my chest like a physical blow. I stop at a large puddle near the center of the lot. The reflection stares at me, fully conscious, fully aware. It leans forward slightly, and I feel it pressing into me through the surface. I stumble back, catching myself on a fence. My heart is pounding. My flashlight trembles in my hand. I tell myself to calm down. It's water, it's glass, it's nothing. But the feeling of being watched is overwhelming. I keep moving. I pass a long stretch of mirrored windows along an abandoned office building. Each one holds me, but not quite right. In one, my reflection raises an eyebrow before I do. In another, my lips twitch as though trying to form words I can't hear. I pause, staring. I feel my knees weaken. I swallow hard. How can reflections lie? How can they be alive? I glance over my shoulder. Empty street. Nothing moves. Yet every glass, every puddle, every shadowed surface ahead is holding me. Holding something that looks like me, but isn't me. It's deliberate, malicious, I realize I'm being studied, not just by some stranger, but by a version of myself, a version that knows things I don't want to know. I take a hesitant step forward. My reflection steps too, just slightly behind. It doesn't mimic perfectly. Its movements are anticipatory, mocking. I can't explain why, but I feel it smirking at me. My stomach churns. I glance down at my hands. They are mine. My fingers tremble. I look into the puddle at my face. My eyes widen in horror. The figure in the water, its pupils are impossibly dark, almost liquid. They don't just stare, they reach. I turn away, my flashlight catching on a chain-link fence. My shadow stretches long and crooked across the lot. I freeze. For a split second, it moves independently, twisting, leaning toward the puddles. I tell myself I'm imagining it, but the angle is wrong, unnatural. My pulse races. Every hair on my body stands on end. I stumble toward the far end of the lot, where the water is pooled into a larger mirror-like sheet. I look down at it. My reflection waits. It leans closer, pressing its face into the surface as if trying to communicate. Its lips move, whispering something I can't hear. I feel cold wash over me, fingers tingling, breath catching. I want to run, but my feet feel rooted to the ground. I raise my flashlight, swinging it toward the reflection. It doesn't flinch. The light washes over me, but the figure's eyes remain dark, hollow, piercing. It mirrors my movement, but always slightly delayed, always just enough to make me feel wrong. I take a deep, trembling breath and speak, voice low. Who are you? No answer. Only silence. Only the soft ripple of water as the reflection leans back, tilting its head, studying me. I step closer. It does the same. I step back. It mirrors me, but always a fraction slower, always with that twisted edge. I realize it doesn't just mimic, it understands. It waits for the right moment to mirror perfectly. I stumble past the puddle, trying to shake the feeling, trying to convince myself it's my mind playing tricks. But every reflective surface I pass holds me. I see myself in shattered windows and pools in metal doors. Each version is wrong in some subtle way. Too tall, too thin, too eager, too cruel. I can't escape it. It's everywhere I look. I reach the corner where the street bends. The puddles thin out, but the windows remain. My reflection lingers behind me in every frame. I realize with a cold clarity that no matter where I go, it follows. Not like a shadow, not like a normal reflection, like a predator, perfectly synchronized but always slightly off. I stop, flashlight shaking, and lean against the wall of a warehouse. I close my eyes, trying to ground myself. Breathe. I tell myself I've seen too many nights, worked too many hours alone. My mind is tired, playing tricks. But when I open my eyes, there it is again. Just a puddle, just water. Yet it smiles at me, a slow, deliberate curl of lips that isn't mine. I step back, tripping over a piece of metal. My flashlight spins, catching broken glass. My reflection freezes in the puddle, perfectly still. And then it moves, just slightly, a finger pointing at me. I stumble back, nearly falling. My chest aches. My throat tightens. I want to scream, but the sound sticks in my throat. I move quickly now, heart hammering. Every puddle I pass, every window, every reflective surface seems alive. The street twists and stretches in ways it didn't before. I swear the reflections are laughing, whispering, mocking me. My flashlight catches on a large sheet of metal leaning against the building. I stop. My reflection in it smiles, head cocked. My real face doesn't. I breathe heavily, trying to steady my mind. This isn't real. It has to be exhaustion. Long nights, cold streets, too much silence. My hands shake, flashlight trembling. I glance down at another puddle. My reflection stands just behind me. I bend down slowly. It leans in. Its lips move. I hear it whisper, though the sound is in the air. It's in my head, clear and sharp. You belong to us. I stumble back, heart racing, mind spinning. I shout into the empty lot. Who's there? Nothing. Only the whispering reflection. I shake my head violently, trying to break the spell, trying to tell myself it's not real. But when I look up, all the puddles, all the windows, all the metal surfaces stretch across the lot, holding me, mocking me. And I realize I can't leave. The reflection doesn't just copy me, it studies me. It knows the shape of my fear, the rhythm of my heartbeat. It waits for me to falter. And I can feel it, lurking just beneath the surface of every mirror and puddle, patient, relentless, hungry. I keep moving, but the lot stretches endlessly. Every step forward is mirrored by the wrong version of me. Every breath is tracked. I don't know how long I walk. Minutes? Hours? Time bends here. The puddles, the windows, the reflective surfaces. They multiply. The reflections lean closer, always waiting, always just beyond reach. And in every one, I see the same thing. Me, but not me. Something else. Something older, something patient and cruel, waiting for the moment I look away, waiting to take my place. I don't remember when I stopped keeping track of time. At first, I thought it was just another long shift, the kind that stretches endlessly when the night is too quiet. But something's wrong, deeply wrong. My watch says 2:17 a.m. It said that for hours now. I've walked the same loop around the industrial park 3 times, maybe 4. Every time I reach the main gate, the same sound plays, a faint creak of metal, the same exact breeze against the same rusted sign. It's like the night has been rewound. I shine my flashlight on my wristwatch again. 2:17 a.m. Still, I tap the glass, shake it, even pull the crown to reset it. Nothing. The second hand doesn't move. The air feels heavy, like it's pressing down on me. I look down the street. It's empty again. The puddles are gone now, or maybe they never were. The windows are dark, silent, the same as before. I start walking, trying to convince myself I just got turned around. Maybe I missed a turn somewhere. Maybe the park's layout is confusing in the dark, but I've worked here for months. I know every fence, every gate, every broken streetlight, and still, every road leads me back to where I started. The main gate, the peeling sign, the same flickering streetlight, the same wind brushing against the chain link. I radio in again, my voice low, desperate. Control, this is East Patrol. Do you copy? Nothing, just static. The sound is softer now, almost whispering. I turn down the volume, but it doesn't help. The static has a pulse, faint and slow like a heartbeat. I throw the radio back onto my belt and keep walking. I try another direction, down toward the far loading docks, where the air smells like oil and rust. I count the steps, just to stay grounded. 52 steps, turn left, 30 more, another fence. I count out loud, my voice cracking. It echoes strangely, like it's being repeated back at me from somewhere else. Not a real echo, but a mimicry. I stop. The air feels different, thicker. I hear a faint hum, low and deep, coming from nowhere in particular. My flashlight flickers, then steadies again. I look around. Nothing moves. But when I look back the way I came, the road behind me seems shorter, like the world is closing in. I keep walking, faster this time. My boots slap against the pavement, echoing in rhythm with my heartbeat. I glance at my watch again. 2:17 a.m. Still, my chest tightens. The hum in the air grows louder. It's not mechanical. It feels alive, resonant, like it's inside my skull. I take a turn toward the offices, hoping to find a clock. Anything that tells me I'm not stuck in this one endless minute. The glass doors reflect the beam of my flashlight. My own face stares back at me, pale, hollow-eyed. I look older than I should. I blink. The reflection doesn't. I back away. My breath clouds of glass. When it fades, my reflection is smiling faintly. I turn away quickly, refusing to look again. The hallways inside the building are dark, littered with debris. I sweep my light across the walls. Torn posters, peeling paint, and a clock above the reception desk. I stare at it, heart pounding. The hands are frozen at 2:17. I feel dizzy. My body feels heavy, like gravity's sticking around me. I stumble against a wall, catching myself. My breath echoes unnaturally, bouncing back in whispers that don't match my own breathing. I whisper to myself, I just need to find the exit. My voice sounds wrong, stretched, warped. When I step back outside, the air feels different again. Still, heavy like it's watching me. I start toward the gate, but the road looks longer now, impossibly long. The streetlights stretch into the distance, one after another, like a tunnel of dull orange glow. I start walking, determined, focused. The hum returns, louder, vibrating through the soles of my feet, through my bones. My vision blurs. The streetlights begin to flicker, each one going dark as I pass beneath it, one by one, until I'm walking in total darkness. I stop, breathing hard. I turn on my flashlight. Its beam reaches only a few feet now, like the dark has thickened, swallowing the light. I take a step forward and hear something, not footsteps, but the echo of footsteps, delayed, mismatched. Someone or something is walking with me, just out of sync. I spin around, light cutting through the dark. Nothing, but the air ripples faintly, like heat rising from asphalt. And in that shimmer, I think I see movement, a distortion in the shape of a person. I step back. Who's there? The echo stops. The hum fades for a moment, replaced by silence so deep it hurts. I realize how loud my own heart sounds, how heavy my breathing is. Then, faintly, a whisper. It's my voice, soft, hoarse, trembling. You can't leave. I freeze. My mouth goes dry. My mind scrambles for an explanation. Maybe the sound is bouncing off the buildings. Maybe I'm hallucinating. But the whisper comes again, closer, clearer, right behind me this time. You're part of it now. I turn, shining the light in every direction. The beam catches nothing but empty air, yet I feel something cold brush against my arm, the faint pressure fingers. I stumble backward, nearly dropping the light. I start running. I don't care where. My boots pound against the concrete. The street bends, warps, stretches. The same warehouses pass by over and over, repeating like a loop film reel. I reach the gate again. My chest heaves. I grab the padlock and shake it violently. It rattles but doesn't open. I shine my light on it, and my blood runs cold. The lock is rusted shut, corroded in a way it wasn't before. It looks ancient, like it's been here for decades. I check my watch again. 2:17 a.m. My hand is shaking so badly I can barely read the numbers. The hum returns, louder now, deafening. I drop the flashlight, clutching my ears. The air vibrates like a living thing pressing against me. The streetlights flare and die, one by one, until I'm left in complete darkness. Then out of the corner of my eye, I see movement, not in the distance, but within the dark itself. Shapes, faint and human-like, forming and dissolving. They flicker in rhythm with the hum, surrounding me. I back away, my voice cracking. Stay back. I'm warning you. But they don't move closer. They just stand there, silent, almost curious. Their outlines waver, like reflections on black water. I realize with horror that I've seen them before, in the puddles in the glass, in the warped reflections. My other selves. One of them steps forward. The face is mine, but drained of color. Its mouth opens, but no sound comes out. Then all at once, they start whispering. My own voice, layered over and over, rising into a dissonant chorus. You're late. You shouldn't have stayed. You belong here. You are the hour. I cover my ears, screaming for it to stop, but the sound doesn't come from outside. It's inside my head, vibrating through my skull. The figures shimmer, merging into one dark mass of movement. The hum grows unbearable, until it suddenly cuts off. Silence. I open my eyes. The figures are gone. The hum is gone. The air feels still again. I'm standing by the gate, my flashlight in my hand. I glance at my watch. 2:17 a.m. A weak laugh escapes me. It's dry, cracked, almost hysterical. I step away from the gate, toward the center of the lot again. unsure what else to do. I tell myself maybe I've already gone crazy. Maybe this is all in my head. But as I walk, I notice the streetlights again. Every few feet, another one flickers to life, lighting my path. Each glow feels like it's guiding me somewhere or hurting me. I don't resist. I just follow. The lights lead me to the spot near the middle of the park. The same puddle where I first saw my reflection smile. The water is still there, black and perfect. I stare down into it, and my reflection stares back. It looks tired. Hollow. I whisper, "What do you want?" It smiles faintly. "You." I step back, shaking my head. No, you're not real." It tilts its head. "Neither are you. Not anymore." The puddle ripples, and I feel something shift in the air. The world seems to bend, the buildings curving inward, the sky darkening until even the stars disappear. My chest tightens. I can't breathe. I fall to my knees, gasping, watching as my reflection rises in the puddle, not physically, but as if the image is taking shape in the air above the water. Its eyes are black, endless. I feel myself slipping, my vision dimming, as if the world is folding in on itself. Then it's quiet again. I open my eyes and find myself standing at the main gate. The air is still. My flashlight beam is steady. The street looks normal. I check my watch. 2:17 a.m. I let out a shuddering breath, realizing what that means. The hour never ends. The night won't let me go. Time itself is closed around me, trapping me in this loop. And whatever owns this place owns me too. I look down one last time. The puddle reflects me perfectly now. No delay, no distortion. Except for one thing, it smiles first.